Chapter 1167. Faith. Isn't that too broad? Everyone has faith, it's just that the way they express it is different. Lu Xiaoyi disagreed. Wenji was unfathomable. No. Your so-called faith is nothing more than a general spiritual thing, but you can't make it materialize. For example, like me, people can't look at it. Lu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes. This was a cultivator who spread the power of faith. The universe was big and full of wonders. There were so many orthodoxies that it was impossible to count. There were so many branches, big and small. But no matter how one counted, they were basically inseparable from Taoism and Buddhism, as well as the subdivision of their respective foundations. This included the sword vein, body vein, and soul vein derived from Taoism, and even some sinister and unorthodox nether veins. In fact, from the root, they all originated from the main branch of Taoism. The same was true for Buddhism, such as Tantra, Zen, Dharma Pure Land, and so on. But there was a kind of orthodoxy that was completely independent from the main branch of Taoism and Buddhism. It had nothing to do with them, and there was no internal hidden connection. It didn't even involve the Great Tao. It was also something that Taoism and Buddhism had been jointly suppressing for millions of years, but could not stop. That was the orthodoxy of faith. Lu Xiaoyi knew about this from Qing Kong's jade slips. He did not know where it came from, but it was said with certainty. However, this kind of orthodoxy was too small. It was not like Buddhism, which spread it everywhere, and did not have a long history like Taoism, which taught everyone regardless of background. Faith was very picky when it came to believers. Only when the quality of mortals in the whole world reached a certain level, the spread of faith would be smooth and become a trend. Otherwise, an individual's faith would be seen as heresy. You're going to Juzian to spread your faith? Lu Xiaoyi was surprised. Old man Wenji shook his head. No. I'm not an old-fashioned old man. I don't want to die in Juzian. I'm now a charlatan, mumbling some mysterious things that everyone likes to hear. Lu Xiaoyi was puzzled. Why are you telling me this? We don't seem to be close. Aren't you afraid that I'll spread the details of your faith? Wenji stroked his beard and smiled. No, you won't. Belief is a heresy in some regions, but in places like Juzian, where the Taoist and Buddhist forces dominate, they will not make a big fuss just because of the arrival of a single believer. You know, whether it is Buddhism or Taoism, the best way to show is to accept all kinds of things, and accept all kinds of things. As long as I don't spread it, nothing will happen. Instead, I will be treated as a guest of honor. I won't hide anything from them. Lu Xiaoyi asked, You've already started spreading it to me. Wenji laughed, That's right. I have the intention to let you know more about faith. You're just an exception. You see, these cultivators following me don't even know that I, the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, was born in faith. What's more, I went to Juzian. Lu Xiaoyi was very vigilant. Our Juzian. Wenji was unfathomable. He's a scammer. How would he dare to come out if he didn't have some special abilities? My young friend is from Juzian, and he wasn't even the first one. So what? Everyone has their own secret. For example, me and you. We just need to respect each other and see if we can find some common topics in our interactions. That's the right way to cultivate. Lu Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. He was no longer sensitive to his true identity. Because of the increase in his cultivation realm, because of the increase in his knowledge, and because he had already spread it in a certain circle. This ability of yours is not ordinary. But I still don't understand why you're telling me this. It's true that everyone has their own secrets in the cultivation world. There are also many people who have more secrets than me. Because there are secrets, and because we have to keep secrets from each other, you rely on this to spread your faith? This doesn't seem to make sense. Old man Wenji became serious. My young friend is still suspicious. But please believe that I have no ill intentions. I have my own purpose for going to Juzian this time, and it has nothing to do with you. But from the first time I saw you, I had the intention of recruiting you into my team, even if you were to ask for too much. It's not because of anything else, but because in my opinion, you have the potential to accept faith. I rarely see such potential in other cultivators. That's why I'm telling you this. It's not that you have to believe in something, but that you can understand it properly. Although it's a relatively special Tao orthodoxy, in some aspects, our Tao of faith and the Tao of Buddhism are in common, and that is to never force others to do things against their will. All choices should be made by the cultivator himself, that's the principle. Otherwise, it's an evil sect. Lu Xiaoyi remained calm and collected. Do I have such potential? How come I don't know? Old man Wenji said softly, the onlooker sees the game clearly. In general, I can predict the collapse of the great Tao fragment, isn't it because I'm an onlooker? From the perspective of faith, those so-called innate great Taos of your Tao and Buddhism are of course clearer than your own. Similarly, do you have to know your own secrets? The body is a treasure. How much do you know about your own body? This is the biggest problem I see in your cultivation. You know about your current life, but do you know about your previous life? Or the previous life? Therefore, you may not know what kind of potential you have. In the future, you may have to unlock the seal step by step. Sometimes, the unlocking of the seal will happen naturally, just at the right time. However, there are also many times when it comes too late and cannot be fixed. I'm telling you this now because I can't bear to see your potential being deceived, which may delay your cultivation in the future. Lu Xiaoyi was very direct. You seem to be able to make anyone agree to your request with such a reason. Who knows about the past? Therefore, I have to listen to your advice and open a gap in faith. Wenji didn't deny it. In theory, yes. But I don't have time to waste my breath on every cultivator I meet. Young man, perseverance is a good character, but to follow good advice is also a secret to go further in the cultivation world. Under the condition that it doesn't affect your own cultivation plan, why don't you see more and understand more? The Tao of faith may not be the supreme great Tao as I said, but you can't arbitrarily think that it's an evil sect, right? Don't rush to a conclusion, see more, listen more, and think more before you judge. This is the basic quality of a promising cultivator. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. See more, listen more, and think more. I agree with this. But I should take the initiative to see, listen, and think, instead of passively following your guidance. With your ability and some mysterious predictions, I'm afraid that if I listen to your words too much, I will unconsciously fall into the pit, and then I won't be able to crawl out even if I want to. Wenji laughed. You're a cautious person. Let's chat like friends. We won't set a fixed direction, nor will we instill the truth. What do you think? Chapter 1168. While Lu Xiaoyi was leading the way, he had a very interesting conversation partner. Of course, Wenji still wanted to lure him into a trap. Similarly, he also wanted to test his willpower in this process. He had such confidence because he was very clear about his previous life. The problem was, what about his previous life? Regarding faith, because of his previous life, he had his own unique views. These things had been thoroughly explored in the world of his previous life. In this world of cultivation, it was basically impossible to use these things to tempt him. The reason why he had been playing this game with this strange old man was because of some very practical reasons. For example, how did he make his doom gaze unable to focus? Everyone has faith. Whether you admit it or not, it is an objective existence, especially for cultivators. Without some kind of persistence, you can forget about achieving success on the road of cultivation. For example, your persistence in the sword. If I say it is a kind of faith, you won't object, right? There are many others, such as the persistence in the Tao, the persistence in the idea, the persistence in the view of the universe, the persistence in right and wrong, and so on. In fact, they are all a kind of faith that has long existed in your life, cultivation, and dealing with people. You just don't know it. These things are actually faith. You only need to condense them to form a core, and then persist in it. That is faith. When such faith is condensed to a high enough level and you can practice it, you will feel the power of faith more directly, which is what you call the manifestation of faith. Lu Xiaoyi retorted, but a lot of my persistence is changing. Take the sword for example. Since I started to build the foundation, it has never stopped changing. Then, can faith also be changed and modified at will? Wenji replied, Once faith is formed, it will never change. You can't measure faith with the change of your sword skills. That is only a change of technique, a change of appearance. Do you dare to say that from the moment you learned the sword, even from the outer sword to the inner sword, even if the sword pill, the sword case, the sword disc, and the sword form are ever changing, but the essence of the sword has changed? Isn't the sword in your heart when you first entered the sword Tao? If you think that your faith can still change, it can only mean that you haven't reached the peak of the condensation of faith, and you haven't touched the core. The old man's words really made Lu Xiaoyi unable to refute, because the truth was that the sword in his heart had never changed. This had nothing to do with the shape of the sword. What kind of condensation can form faith? Is there a standard? Is it your own definition? Or is there a system? Wenji was quite proud. Obviously, he had a deep belief in his own orthodoxy. Faith is all-encompassing. It has both a system and an individual, to achieve a perfect combination between the two. Speaking of systems, beliefs included the beliefs of heaven and earth, ancestral beliefs, primitive beliefs, religious beliefs, social beliefs, and ideologies. It almost included everything. Just like the 36 carnate Taos of your Daoist and Buddhist sects, they are also included in the beliefs. We also have moral beliefs and cognitive beliefs. You don't need to think about where you are in the system, or which faith you should lean towards. There's no need. You only need to refine the most sacred and inviolable thing in your heart. Then, it will become your faith. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh. Then, even mortals can become saint. A woman who waits for decades for her husband who hasn't returned from war, is that also a faith? Wenji said firmly, of course, this faith is loyalty. It means that her state of mind has met the requirements of faith, and all that's left is some materialization method. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head, it's too vague. In the end, the materialization methods are still in the hands of people like you, so what's the point of talking about faith? It's just faith that's been kidnapped. I don't like it because it takes away the joy of pursuit. Perseverance will be rewarded, but it's a joke. There's no planning, it's too idealistic. I'm a swordsman, but I don't know how I'll wield my sword after I've achieved something in my faith. Can I kill with just faith? Won't I need to practice my sword every day? Won't I need to consider my own swordsmanship system? When the opponent's ever-changing Tao realm appears, will I be able to resolve it with just a simple I have faith? Old man Wenji sighed. He had to admit that this swordsman was terrifyingly clear-headed, but the reality was simple. At the end of the day, faith orthodoxies had all kinds of shortcomings that couldn't be remedied. This was also the epitome of why faith was struggling to survive in the cracks between Buddhism and Taoism. You're right. Faith orthodoxies have many limitations. If it weren't for that, the cultivation world of this universe wouldn't only have Taoism and Buddhism. I admit that. But faith orthodoxies have a great advantage, and that is, they don't have the problem of compatibility with other orthodoxies. To put it simply, cultivators can continue to cultivate in their original Tao system. However, due to the addition of a certain faith, they will have even more extraordinary abilities. In certain situations, they will be able to help you do things that you wouldn't have been able to do before. Lu Xiaoyi hit the nail on the head. This is a compromise that faith orthodoxies have no choice but to choose, right? Just existing as a realm, sect, or orthodoxies will attract too much attention, especially from malicious suppression. So they break up and use coexistence to achieve the purpose of spreading faith. Coexistence is also existence. Then, is it because they see the hope of the new era, that's why there are such changes? Wenji sighed. This swordsman's intuition was terrifying. He could accurately point out the deeper intentions of faith orthodoxies as soon as he came into contact with them. This was something that only experienced believers like them had the opportunity to understand. Who would have thought that this swordsman's mouth would mercilessly reveal the hidden intentions behind so many of them? There were countless talents in both Taoism and Buddhism that couldn't be underestimated. Everything was for the sake of being in a more advantageous position when the new era begins. Taoism thought so, Buddhism thought so, and so did their faith orthodoxies. Actually, who didn't think so? There were even more ambitious people like the sword vein, the body vein, and the spirit vein. They all had their own desires. There were also immemorial sacred beasts, innate spiritual treasures, and other major races. Who wouldn't want to have a better start in the great changes in the future? Actually, everyone was doing the same thing, and everyone was well aware of it. For themselves, for the orthodoxes, and for those things that they persevered in, there was no right or wrong. But the cake of the heavenly axiom was only so big. The more you take, the less I take. This opportunity only comes once every few million years, so who should give in to who? The battle of the great Tao was only at the beginning. It would only get more intense as time went on, until the moment when the dagger would be revealed. Chapter 1169. You're right. It's not a secret that the orthodoxes want a piece of the pie when the new era is born. Who doesn't? The Buddhists wanted to be on par with the Taoist. Taoism wants to monopolize it. In Taoism, don't you want sword vein? Isn't it the wish of every swordsman to get a Xiantian sword Tao? Although the sword range had never spoken about it, everyone's mind was as clear as snow. Do you think monks and Taoists are idiots? Ignoring the sword Tao tablet in the Heaven's Choice continent. It's precisely because they never talk about it that it's a huge problem. Otherwise, why would the sword vein have had such a hard time all these years? Taoism suppressed them secretly and pushed them to the front lines to compete with Buddhism, while Buddhism fought bare-chested. Actually, they all have the same goal. Lu Xiaoyi finally became serious. He was no longer frivolous and no longer acted as if this matter did not concern him. This was because Wen Zhi's words revealed very important information. This matter was related to the Great Tao and the sword range. Xiantian sword Tao? Just thinking about it made his blood boil. But he didn't expect that such an important piece of information would come from a Daoist with an unknown background. His own sect, Shenyuan, really hid it well. There's a nameless tablet in the Heaven's Choice continent. I've heard people talk about it before. Legend has it that if one is lucky enough, one can learn the sword Tao inheritance from it, but I didn't expect, Wenji smiled mysteriously. I believe you didn't expect it because your current realm isn't high enough. But what about others? Taoism and Buddhism have been passed down for millions of years, and their forces are spread all over the universe. How could it escape their attention? The key is that the Heaven's Choice Sword Tao tablet was created by the Sword Immortal of the Sword Vein. He first created the Sword Tao tablet, then used Xiantian Tao to descend to the mortal world. If you say there's no connection between them, who would believe it? The sky is filled with gods and Buddhas, countless great cultivators of Buddhism and Taoism. Under the gaze of so many people, the Sword Tao tablet just stood there. How could they ignore it? Turn a deaf ear? No, but not think. Lu Xiaoyi's heart shook because he knew that the sword immortal mentioned by Wenji was the 13th ancestor of his sect, Shenyuan. This old ancestor was really good at tormenting others. Not only was he gone, but he also left behind a pile of feces. Even the gods and Buddhas would not be able to clean it up. 10,000 years later, everyone would still hold onto this pile of shit and exclaim how fragrant it was. It was a little awkward. Senior, aren't you biting off more than you can chew by telling me this? Is this something a little Yuaniing like me can meddle in? You're not even qualified to think about it. Hearing this, he laughed. Of course, I know. Including me, these things are things that only half immortals and above can consider. Even young Spirit Supreme is not qualified. The reason why I'm telling you this is to tell you that every orthodoxy has a story behind it. There were swordsmen, but weren't body cultivators the same? Do you think they didn't set up Tao tablets to test the heavenly Tao in the Heaven's Choice continent? There were even more private sects in the Buddhist sects. They cast a wide net and were meticulous in all sorts of schemes. However, the sword immortal in your sword vein is too eye-catching, so he seems to have become the target of public criticism. In fact, if you think about it carefully, everyone is the same. The essence is how to bite off a piece of this fat meat that is Taoism. Every orthodoxy has no chance of doing it alone. The strength of orthodox Taoism is too terrifying. However, if everyone works together, there will definitely be someone who can bite off a piece of meat. As for who can bite off the meat, That will depend on each person's ability. However, if you don't bite, then you won't have any chance at all. So what I'm trying to say is, before we bite off the meat, all of us small orthodoxies can form a united front. There's no need to guard against each other. Just like what I've told you, it's to build a bridge between belief orthodoxies and sword vein. Why did I pick you? Because you're a swordsman, because you have the potential to be a believer. I'm not wrong about this. With these reasons, is there anyone more suitable than you? Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. This method of pulling people into the trap was really high-end. It sounded grand and righteous, but in fact, there was only one purpose, which was to make him not reject the power of belief. When he looked at people and things, he was used to grasping the other person's core purpose. He didn't want to be blindly blinded by others. Of course, his heart had to be firm and his mouth had to be clever. Who was afraid of who? Does belief orthodoxy have a Tao tablet in Heaven's Choice? Which one? Which ones? Why must they set up a Tao tablet in Heaven's Choice? Can't they prepare it quietly? If they make it so conspicuous, in the eyes of Taoists and Buddhists, wouldn't they be exposing their secrets? Wenji explained, the great Tao isn't something that can be established just by thinking about it. It also needs to be accumulated over time. It needs to be tested in the long river of time. It needs to be constantly corrected. It needs to be experienced by countless cultivators before it can be formed into a truly perfect system. This kind of process isn't suitable in the main world, so the Heaven's Choice continent in the negative space is such a place for experimentation. This is also related to the Heaven's Choice continent's heavenly Tao rules. It's willing to accept new things, which is quite different from the main world. So if someone wants to establish a new great Tao, they will definitely set up a Tao tablet in Heaven's Choice. They will observe its development and adjust themselves. As for what kind of Tao tablet the belief orthodoxy set up in Heaven's Choice, I can't say that there is one, nor can I say that there isn't one. In fact, with my current realm, I'm afraid that I don't have the qualifications to accept such a core thing. Even if I know, there might not be any benefit. This point is the same for you. Lu Xiaoyi didn't pursue the matter. He was just speaking casually. As far as he was concerned, there were countless secrets in the cultivation world. If he knew everything, it would mean more trouble and more worries. Why bother? After listening to Senior's words, I don't dare to say that I'm enlightened, but I feel endless pressure on my shoulders. Such a big pie, a small swordsman like me can't shoulder it. Naturally, whoever is taller will shoulder it. However, in the midst of chaos, no one can stay out of it. What Senior means is that if I have the power of belief, I will have an additional ability to move around in the future. Wenji smiled and nodded, that's right. I've never forced anyone. Everything is up to you. In any case, I'll be staying in Juzian for a long time in the future. If you have any ideas, you can come to me, but I won't come to you. What do you think? Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. You think so highly of me? You're so sure that I'll accept the belief orthodoxy? Old man Wenji looked at him. Yes. You know that I have some special abilities, some strange non-combat abilities. I can't go into details about these. But I always believe that a person who once had a belief will have a belief after reincarnation. This will never change. Although I can't see your past life clearly, I know that you had a belief in your past life, and it was a very firm belief. That's enough. Lu Xiaoyi was silent. After cultivating for almost 1,000 years, this was the first time he carefully considered his past life. It wasn't the past life that he transmigrated to, but the past lives of Lu Xiaoyi's real and fake body. He always thought that these things were far away from him. He was a simple person. The current him, the previous him. But now he felt that he was deceiving himself. Why couldn't the real Lu Xiaoyi in this world have a past life? His so-called past life, why couldn't he have another past life? Or a past life with firm belief? What belief? Every cultivator, as long as they kept going up, would inevitably be unable to avoid this hurdle. Chapter 1170. The group's flight was uneventful at the beginning. The route Lu Xiaoyi chose was very cunning and tricky. Especially after knowing some of the details of Old Man Wenji, He no longer regarded himself as a dispensable outsider. Although there was also a possibility that this old man was using such big words to trick him into doing his best. In fact, everything was just a castle in the air, a bunch of specious things that he didn't know where he heard it from. But he still chose to believe it. It might not be completely true, but most of it was still based on evidence. This was because the Sword Dao tablet was made by the sword ancestor of Shen Yuan. Because he also had some understanding of the belief orthodoxy in Qingkong, it wasn't too different from what the old man said. The great Dao collapsed, and all kinds of monsters came out. Those who wanted to endure and keep a low profile could no longer sit still like before. Time didn't allow them to slowly make arrangements and wait for the opportunity. The opportunity was now very clear. It was right there, the beginning of a new era. The restlessness of the belief cultivators was in line with the trend of the great Dao. If they still didn't make a move now, there would be a problem. But he wouldn't rush to make a choice, and he wouldn't force it. This was the core idea of a cultivator. He believed in nature more and accepted that success would come when the conditions were right, rather than taking the initiative to search for belief, because in his heart, he was very satisfied with everything now. There was no need to make an abrupt system to break the current harmony of nature. Waiting and watching was what he should do. What was more important than the power of belief was how to raise his cultivation and become an upper realm supreme. This was more practical. He was a very competent guide. Because of the completeness of the star map, his positioning of the stars, and his rich experience, he could always find the most remote route, the most inconspicuous path. Therefore, they flew safely for 3 years, making all the possible interceptors miss. And because they took a slight detour, the time taken was longer than expected. But in the end, they had to return to Juzian, so in fact, they couldn't take a detour in the last part of the journey. Lu Xiaoyi reminded, this last part of the journey is actually the most dangerous part. There wouldn't be any danger in the 3-month flight to Juzian because there would be a large number of Juzian cultivators coming and going. But in the month since we arrived in Juzian, we were most likely to be intercepted, because we had nowhere to go. What I mean is, there's no need to go around, let's just go in a straight line. Fighting in a chaotic battle is the worst because we are the passive party. We have guards. I'll protect Old Master Wen. You don't have to worry about him. Your only task is to follow closely. It doesn't matter if you can't keep up because the other party's target isn't you. I won't turn around to help you, so if you encounter danger, the safest thing for you to do is to stay away from me and the old mister. Juzian is just around the corner. Even if we meet again in the domain, it won't be a parting of life and death. Daoist Tian and the others nodded silently. In front of this Juzian Yuanying, they indeed had no right to doubt him. Just a few moves from him had shocked them to the point of being dumbstruck. They simply couldn't believe that this was something a Yuanying cultivator could do. After 2 years, no one dared to doubt him anymore. At the very least, the 100 pure purple flowers were not wasted. Old Master Wenji was arranged to be in Lu Xiaoyi's own speedboat. Once there was an interception, speed was the only factor that allowed them to win. As for the other 6 cultivators, who would care about them? Young friend, you look like a person who has been in a high position for a long time. You act with propriety and order people around. Haha, you have the demeanor of a general. But what you said just now hurt my self-esteem. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. In front of your self-esteem and your life, which would you choose? If you don't believe in Tao, would you choose your self-esteem? If that's the case, I'd rather not touch your so-called belief for the rest of my life. Wenji wasn't angry. In front of belief, life is insignificant. But self-esteem isn't the same as dignity. They can't be compared at all. So in this case, I would also choose my life. We people who believe in Tao aren't as pedantic as you think. I'm just saying that you could have said it more tactfully. Lu Xiaoyi snorted. I've already said it very tactfully. With my usual temper, I would have straightforwardly asked them to find another route and split up. That would be beneficial to everyone. We would be faster and they would be safer. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Wenji was speechless. Although he could see that this swordsman was very strong, He didn't expect him to completely disregard the strength of the 6 Yuanying perfected masters. Not only did he not see them as a help, he even saw them as a burden. The stronger a cultivator was, the more confident they were. They believed in their own abilities without a doubt, and it was harder for them to accept other orthodoxies. To him, it was harder for him to accept belief. This was a dead knot, and he still didn't know how to solve it. He only hoped that the swordsman would come into contact with belief earlier, because the trend of the heavenly Tao was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that he couldn't arrange it calmly. Lu Xiaoyi was very puzzled. Senior, there's something I don't understand. If the power of belief can't increase one's strength, like you, then how can you ensure the safety of spreading your belief? Just by relying on your followers? Just by relying on a random helper like me in the void of the universe? Or, are you actually hiding your strength? 5 of your followers have already died for your Tao, and they don't even know what Tao they died for. What role do they play in your so-called belief? Belief needs to be sacrificed. Are they the ones being sacrificed? He asked very bluntly. This was his attitude towards belief all along. He couldn't even protect himself, and yet he had to pretend to be mysterious and predict the Tao to give himself some face. This made him look down on him. For cultivators, no matter what orthodoxy they were from, increasing one's strength was the most important thing, and not some so-called persistence. Wenji sighed. He finally asked. This was also the question he was worried about, because it was very difficult for him to justify himself. However, he wouldn't avoid it. If he did, this seed of belief would forever be separated from belief, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. The innate Tao has fate, so why is there a need for misfortune? If there's morality, why kill? If there's creation, why destroy it? Lu Xiaoyi understood now. Belief wasn't all positive and beautiful. There were pros and cons, good and bad. Just like Taoists and Buddhists, there were also beliefs. This made him feel that it was more realistic. How could a completely positive Tao of belief meet the evaluation of the heavenly Tao? Specifically, he didn't need to ask. Even if he asked, Wenji wouldn't answer. There were too many other factors. In the 2 years they had been flying together, he also understood a lot through the communication with Daoist Tian and the others. The so-called follower could not be completely said to be a dog's meat under a sheep's head, but it was certain that he had his own selfish motives mixed in. He wanted to get something from Wenji, wanted to get something from Juzian, wanted to get something through this escort. Humans are just so complicated. It was hard to say who was making use of whom. Without coercion, it was fate. Chapter 1171. A month later, a cultivator flashed past in front of them. Lu Xiaoyi made a prompt decision and sped up again. At the same time, he sent a message to Daoist Tian, telling them to split up. This cultivator was clearly a roaming scout. Soon, the main force of the interception would appear. He had some confidence in protecting one person, but if he had to protect 7 people, it would be a disaster. It would be better for everyone to disperse early. It would be more convenient for everyone. After sending the message, he didn't care about what Daoist Tian and the others thought. If they still insisted on following him, they would die in the universe sooner or later. There was no need to feel pity. He only cared about flying forward. Unfortunately, old man Wenji's speed made him feel helpless. This old man's inexplicable ability was very good at deceiving others, but he didn't live up to his name in the most direct aspect of a cultivator's strength. Moreover, his power of faith didn't match with the floating raft, so he couldn't fully utilize the speed talisman. And this was a single-person floating raft. The one given by perfected Jiao. Senior, are you a Yuanying cultivator or a perfected lord? Don't you know that speed is the most important thing in the universe? You'll die sooner or later if you come out like this. Have you never considered that? Wenji was leisurely, not at all embarrassed about his strength. I have considered it. They're not here to kill me, they're here to rob me. Aren't they spreading their faith? What's there to be afraid of? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. He hated this kind of escort the most. If it wasn't for Bai Zhiqing's face, 6 auras appeared in front of him. Lu Xiaoyi immediately shouted. Wuna Wang Ding, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. We've only just met, and you're here to rob me. Daoist Wang Ding of the subjugation domain. In the Taiposhi domain, everyone had a brief contact when they were still Jin Dan. Lu Xiaoyi shouted because he didn't want to create inexplicable karma. He could see that old man when she didn't care, so he didn't care either. In fact, it didn't matter if the other side robbed him. Thinking about it carefully, the real benefits here were just that. An old man's prediction was accurate, but it wasn't real benefits. It was more about face and fighting spirit between domains. The Taoist opposite him laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's senior brother Shan from the Carefree Tour. What? Are you afraid that we'll take advantage of you by outnumbering you? Lu Xiaoyi did not back down. Wang Ding, aren't you afraid that the winds of the universe will cut your tongue? Even if you have a few more, I'm afraid you won't be able to take advantage of me. If you annoy me, I'll slaughter that old fellow. None of us will have a good ending. The first half of the sentence was filled with disdain, which was confidence. The second half of the sentence was flattery, which was a disguised sign of weakness, admitting that the other party's numbers were a threat to him. This was the art of speaking, advancing, and retreating freely. It all depended on how you listened to it. Daoist Wang Ding made his choice. I don't dare to snatch senior martial brother Shan's items. It's not like he's a great beauty. I don't want to snatch him back to be my father. However, senior martial brother Shan, you must remember that you owe us a favor. You must return it another day. Lu Xiaoyi brought the floating raft and swept past. I found out about the whereabouts of a group of yin-yin beauties in the negative space. Wang Ding, since you're such a beauty, when they go into heat, I'll bring you guys there and let you have your fill. Wang Ding shook his head and laughed. Are you treating me like a breeding pig? I'm not going. I can't say it out loud. Seeing the man and the raft whizzing past, a cultivator in the group asked, Senior Martial Brother Wang Ding, are we really going to let them pass just like that? Wang Ding sighed. You guys don't know this person. However, you guys should know about the recent uproar in the negative space about the Dao Mark Killer Monarch incident. The killer is One Ear, which is Xiao Yaroyu's single ear. The people from the negative space came to negotiate, not to investigate who is the culprit, but to settle the dispute between the positive and negative space in the negative space. The instigator is him. He killed the true monarch of the Heaven's Choice continent. This is what he said on the surface, but there's something else that he didn't say. Before killing the monarch, he even killed 12 Yuanying at once. One of the Yuanying laughed. It's time to take care of Heaven's Choice. However, the reason why they were killed in the negative space is actually related to the Dao mark. Legally, they have nothing to say. Wang Ding nodded. That's right. Therefore, this time, we'll take a step back and settle the matter peacefully. Zhu Xian won't pursue Heaven's Choice's various methods of dealing with the Dao mark. Heaven's Choice can only admit that they were unlucky. Who asked them to kick an iron plate? You have to say, it's lucky that this person was the one guarding the Dao mark. If it was another cultivator, it's hard to say if they could survive, but they would definitely suffer in silence. Another cultivator asked, Senior Martial Brother Wang Ding, are you very familiar with this One Ear? Wang Ding smiled bitterly. Not really, but we've crossed paths before. That was when we were in Jindan. In Taiposhi, it was this person who used his methods to capture all the monks from the various regions who were participating in the Taipu realm. Not a single one was left alive. In name, this person was the top 4 in Zhuxian, Jindan. However, in reality, he was the leader of Zhuxian, Jindan. Now that he's in Yuanying, although we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, his strength and ruthlessness have not changed at all. He can kill a true monarch and can kill 12 Yuanying in one go. Even if the 6 of us go up against him, we might not be able to kill him. Why bother? Everyone was silent. Even if they felt that they were stronger than Heaven's Choice cultivators, if the 6 of them were to go up against 12 Heaven's Choice Yuanying, they would have no chance of winning. However, in a battle, there would always be countless variables. It couldn't be simply compared, so there were still some who were unconvinced. Wang Ding explained, It's true that our regions don't get along well with Juzian. However, to be honest, if Juzian is as strong as an iron plate, even if we were to join forces, we would have no chance of winning. Moreover, we will never be able to completely join forces. If we want to gain something from the battle with Juzian, the key is to not let them be as strong as an iron plate. Although this one ear is now in the Juzian upper sect, his true origin is the 7 colors of the sword faction of Juzian. He belongs to the type that can be influenced. This is also our strategy all along. To deal with the 9 upper sects of Juzian, we must show our goodwill to the 3,000 unorthodox sects of Juzian, especially the power of the sword vein of the 3,000 unorthodox sects. We must not offend them easily. Since he called out my name the moment he appeared, he probably doesn't want to be our enemy. In that case, why should we turn a potential friend into an enemy of life and death? Everyone nodded. Such an overall strategy was, in fact, the consensus of the major unyielding regions other than Juzian. As a whole, Juzian was simply too big. There was no way to drive a wedge between the 9 upper sects. When it came to the overall interests of Juzian, they would always stand firmly together. This was a tradition that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. The only ones who could possibly take advantage of this were the 3,000 unorthodox sects in Juzian. Although it wasn't realistic to say that they could pull them to their side, it would also be good if they could make the 9 upper sects of Juzian sleep in the same bed as the 3,000 unorthodox sects. Wang Ding smiled. Elder Wenji is a very famous old swindler. However, if we say that we can change anything with this person's help, we'd be lying to ourselves. If he's so important, why didn't he invite us, who are closer to his star region, earlier? It's just to discuss Juzian. Everyone knows this, so we haven't failed. We just made a choice. We chose to show our goodwill to the power of the Juzian sword vein and give up on the old swindler. That's all. Chapter 1172. Lu Xiaoyi continued to rush forward with Old Man Wenji. Taoist Tian and the others had long been left behind. He didn't know if they were still following him. It was not easy to get rid of these troubles, so he wouldn't stop and wait for them. This time, there were old acquaintances, but what about next time? My young friend, you have a lot of connections around Juzian. In the 2 years of getting along, Old Man Wenji felt more and more that this swordsman was not ordinary. He couldn't tell exactly why, but this person's actions were always unexpected and unpredictable. It's all bad reputation. Senior, what faith do you think is suitable for a person like me? Lu Xiaoyi blushed with shame. Wenji said meaningfully, faith is all-encompassing. There's always something suitable for you. In the next flight, 2 groups of cultivators intercepted them. One group was afraid of his reputation, and the other group was simply weaker and didn't catch up with them. Lu Xiaoyi found that unknowingly, he was a little famous around Juzian. Paper couldn't wrap fire, and there was no wall that didn't have a crack. In the changes of hundreds of years, some of the things he had done were slowly exposed. After a long time, they began to appear in front of people. In any case, in the airspace around Juzian, he could be considered to have some reputation. Perhaps it was due to Buddhism adding fuel to the fire. A few months later, the 2 entered the sky near the upper world of Juzian. It was impossible for foreign cultivators to intercept them here, because cultivators appeared frequently in Juzian. It was a place that couldn't be violated. Old Man Wenji took out a few jade slips. Some things about faith are described here. They don't involve specific cultivation, but are the most basic. It's helpful for my young friend to grasp the ins and outs of faith as a whole. I guess there are similar records in the collections of the upper sect of Juzian. My young friend, you can make a comprehensive comparison. One statement is easy to be distorted, but several statements can find the truth. Lu Xiaoyi took Dafa. He was not so timid that he didn't dare to look at these. This was confidence. Senior, are you going to stay in Yuansha forever? Wenji smiled. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe I'll stay in Yuansha or maybe I'll travel around. I won't hide my reputation in Juzian. You'll always know. After walking for a short while, they met the Premier Daoist. He went forward to explain his background and the 2 parted ways. Lu Xiaoyi knew that Wenji was doing this on purpose. He didn't take it seriously because he was afraid that Wenji would be suspicious if he was too eager. Was he such a shallow person? No matter what the situation was, his attitude would never change. This time, he returned to the Yaoying realm first. The good news was that the Yaoying Yuanying had already reached 31st place in the time that he had left. The bad news was that the potential of this batch of several hundred individual elites, Jin Dan, had already been exhausted. In the near future, it would be very difficult for a new Yuanying to appear. In the future, they could only rely on generation after generation of metabolism to get on the right track like other sects. Che Xie and the others were all there. Although they had reached the nascent soul stage earlier than Lu Xiaoyi, most of them had already been overtaken by Lu Xiaoyi in terms of cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi faced the problem of cultivation growth, and these guys were the same. This was the disease of the sword vein. It was incomparable to the orthodox Taoists. Everything is normal in Juxian. It's as peaceful as before. The Yaoying realm has already been sorted out and has basically formed a normal inheritance system. This is the general plan. Please take a look, Swordmaster. Che Xie handed over a jade scroll. This was the result of hundreds of years of work. It wasn't easy. The so-called talent didn't necessarily have to be unparalleled in sword skills. In the establishment of a sect, talents in other aspects were also very important. In this aspect, Che Xie was a talent. The key was that he was willing to do this. This was not easy. The growth and strength of a sect couldn't be separated from these nameless heroes behind it. There are still a lot of shortcomings. The allocation of resources, the complete set of skills, the gathering of talents in alchemy, smithing, and arrays. Lu Xiaoyi waited for him to finish before patting him on the shoulder. You've worked hard. I know that compared to having fun in the void of the universe, being able to focus on the management of the sect is the real difficulty. On this point, the others are very irresponsible. Lu Xiaoyi pointed at the others. Zhu Fan, you're always stirring up trouble outside. Song Rong, running to the fragrant grass trail to lick the blood off his blade. Fei Shuo, acting mysteriously. I don't know what he's busy with. Nan Dang, making friends outside and forgetting about home. Of course, I've also been gone for a long time. We're all incompetent. So I suggest that our new Yaoying realm hasn't elected a palace master. As the saying goes, birds don't fly without a head, and people don't walk without a head. Without a proper leader, we won't have a proper title. I suggest that the first palace master of the new Yaoying realm be Che Xie. What does everyone think? Song Rong, Zhu Fan, Fei Shuo, and Nandang nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. To them, this was a huge relief. Che Xie rejected. Swordmaster, there's only a new Yaoying realm with you. If you let me take this position, it's really too much. Also, there will be many who won't accept it. Lu Xiaoyi swept his gaze over and Zhu Fan immediately jumped out. Who won't accept it? I'll immediately take care of him. Old Che, your contributions these years have been seen by everyone. Those are real things. Everyone is convinced, especially the few of us. As for the Sword Master, he's suitable to be a spiritual leader, but he's not suitable for a specific position. After all, he's still wearing the sign of carefree travel. Why don't we find someone who has nothing to do with the sect? Song Rong also said, Sword Master can't sit still. Old Che, you're the most suitable. This is also normal in other sects. Sword Palace's internal affairs will be handled by you. Leave the fighting outside to us. We'll fight whoever you want. Everyone tried to persuade him, but Lu Xiaoyi finally made the final decision. Since everyone agrees, then let's do it this way. As for me, I won't refuse. When there's a big matter, I'll take care of it alone. As for the rest, you can do it yourselves. Don't worry too much. But what I want to remind you is that you have to pay attention to your own cultivation. Nascent soul is only the first step. It's still far from being able to participate in the universe. There's no need for me to say more about this. You all understand. There are many enemies, but to us cultivators, the biggest enemy will always be time. You have to live on first. Only by walking on can you have a future. Among the 30 or so of us, there's not a single true monarch. How can we become an influential force? The few of them were very embarrassed. This matter really couldn't be solved by showing determination and putting in effort. Nan Dang said softly from the side, Swordmaster, your friend, Daoist Quansu of the Supreme Mystery Middle Yellow, has already succeeded in the upper realm 10 years ago. 5 years ago, senior brother Hairlip of the Primeval Cave also became a true monarch. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This orthodox Daoist's cultivation realm was really indescribable. Unknowingly, he had left him behind again. Out of the 4 of them, only he and Slug were left. It was exactly the same as when they were trying to break through the Yuanying. Chapter 1173. 400s of years, Yuanying had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Now, the emergence of perfected lords had begun. Lu Xiaoyi did not continue to urge them. They were all great cultivators of Yuanying and did not need anyone to teach them. Everyone had their own plans to become perfected lords. A few days later, Lu Xiaoyi left Yarrow Ying, but he still did not return to Xiaoyarrow travel. Instead, he went to Tai Xian Middle Yellow. He had a premonition that if he went back to Xiaoyarrow travel this time, there would be tasks that he could not get away from for the time being. As his strength increased, Bai Mai would pay more attention to him, and there would be more targeted tasks for him. It would be impossible for him to stay in the mountain gate and break through to the upper realm easily. After hundreds of years of Yuanying, he had a better understanding of his own growth. In view of his previous cultivation, he had accumulated a lot more than others. When the 9-inch Yuanying was formed, it was very likely that it would be accompanied by the risk of breaking through to the upper realm. He still needed to make some preparations. Some things also needed to be explained in advance and not casually dealt with when the time came. Taixian 5 Fingers Mountain. Lu Xiaoyi looked at Qing Xian who was in front of him and suggested, why don't we fight first? Qing Xian rejected him directly, no. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, please leave. I don't provide food here. Of course, he would not fight with this person here. If he won, there would be no glory. If he lost, it would be embarrassing. Why bother? Lu Xiaoyi laughed, the 3 pure Daoists' realm is really fast. I can't catch up no matter how hard I try. I have some gains from the negative space. Now that you are a perfected lord, it is very convenient for you to do this. In this aspect, he did not hide anything. He did not want to take on the work of 2 people alone. Why should he be working hard outside while this person could safely break through to the upper realm? Now, he had to change positions. He would be busy with his own cultivation and let this Daoist worry about the negative space's navigation mark. Qing Xian silently listened to Lu Xiaoyi's speculation about the negative space's path home. He sighed in his heart. For things like the navigation mark key, he only had his own authority after becoming a perfected lord. Unexpectedly, this guy had deduced it himself. For a vulgar swordsman, this was a little inconceivable. What he admired even more was that this fellow didn't hide anything and revealed all the secrets that he had painstakingly discovered. Although there was a reason why he was so busy, the journey home was very important to the 2 of them. To be so selfless was enough to prove a person's character. Although he had a bad mouth, it was hard to find such a friend. Of course, he didn't feel that he deserved it because he wouldn't conceal it either if he knew about it. The 2 of them helped each other in Juzian. The most important thing was that they were honest with each other. He hoped that this friendship would continue. Even if one day they returned to the 5th ring and returned to their respective sects, they would still be able to trust each other. After listening carefully to Lu Xiaoyi's explanation, Qing Xian keenly grasped the key points. What you're saying is that there must be a road that leads to the 5th ring road among the countless markers outside of Juzian? This should be the top secret of Juzian. It should be in the hands of the young spirit Zhenjuan of the various sects. Or perhaps, those cultivators who have already begun to move out. It's impossible for us to find out such a secret now, but we can use the records left behind by each marker to determine which marker is abnormal in this respect. Just like the 2nd marker you mentioned. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. It was easy to talk to smart people. They understood immediately. Qing Xian continued, I can continue to do these things. First of all, I want to do a thorough investigation of the markers near Juzian. With the key you gave me, it's not difficult to do this. It's just a matter of time. Secondly, I need to keep a close eye on the second marker and continue to explore the way forward. Not only the way to the anti-space, but also the corresponding location of the main world. Lu Xiaoyi took out the star map and pointed to a location. This is the Iron Horse region. Qing Xian focused and said, I've been there, but I didn't expect it to be in this direction. It's possible to go home. Lu Xiaoyi drew a line on the star map and reminded, there's a very large asteroid belt here that spans more than 10 universes. The second marker is probably here. Qing Xian also took out her own star map, which was similar to Taixian and Zhonghuang. However, it was obvious that the position of the second point was outside of their star map. However, with the asteroid belt as a guide, it was probably not too far off. Qing Xian's eyes were filled with divine light. He was also very excited. It had been almost 400 years since he came out. He would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't miss the Fifth Ring Road. However, the distance was so far that even a Zhenjuan like him was daunted. Without a specific general direction, if he went the wrong way in the universe, he would never be able to return. Fortunately, his companion had made a good start. Looking at Lu Xiaoyi calmly, Qing Xian made a decision. I've become a Zhenjuan and have 1,000 years of life. Since you've started, I'll continue the rest. I don't dare to say that I can really find the right path, but I plan to spend at least 300 years on the way home. I'll explore as far as possible. You better hurry up with the problem of your state. Otherwise, if I don't see you when I come back from exploring, I won't be interested in bringing back a pile of bones. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head and sighed in his heart. With Qing Xian's departure, he was the only one left in Juzian. He didn't know if telling him this was the right thing to do. You want me to be a spy in Juzian alone? If I knew, I wouldn't have told you this. Qing Xian snorted, damn it. It's already half exposed. If I don't take this opportunity to go out and hide, should I stay here and be ordered around? Go out to find the way? Or stay in Juzian? There was no good or bad. Finding the way was boring and dangerous, fighting with people and the heavens. Staying in Juzian had friends and fellow disciples, and could also be in touch with the general situation. It was another kind of challenge. As for how to distribute it, it was up to fate. Just like now, Qing Xian going out to find the way was suitable. Lu Xiaoyi finally reminded, I haven't figured out what role the cultivators of Heaven's Choice play in this. But when you investigate the road signs, don't miss them. I always feel that the existence of these people makes the general situation full of variables. Qing Xian nodded silently. He had the same feeling. Even though he stayed in the mountain gate for a long time, his status and connections in Taixian were not comparable to Lu Xiaoyi. Many things could not escape his eyes and ears. He took out a jade slip. In here, I recorded all the things I felt were useful that I collected in the past hundreds of years. There are things about people, about forces, Taoism, Buddhism, void beasts, demonic beasts, and so on. As long as it's related, I listed them one by one and marked my judgment. Don't take it lightly. Even though you got a lot in the negative space, in the bounded domain, you're a blind man. Chapter 1174. If you die on the road, don't mention me in your last word. I can't afford to lose face like this. Lu Xiaoyi said his goodbyes. You're worried about me after you become a perfected cultivator? As far as I know, Xuanyuan's sword vein's success rate is so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. It's best if you can't, at least I don't have to come back to inform you. I'll just go back to the fifth ring. Qing Xian was not polite at all. The two of them glared at each other and parted on bad terms. They did not know if this meeting was an eternal farewell. So be it. Who could be completely sure of their true position in the changes of the Great Tao? Qing Xian went to prepare for a long journey. Lu Xiaoyi's matter was done. He did not hesitate and went straight to the Xiaoyao continent. Even if he had a premonition, it was impossible for him to avoid it forever. At the Xiaoyao mountain, Lu Xiaoyi needed to report to the side hall of the Great Freedom Hall as soon as possible. This way, the sect could accurately grasp the actual situation of the great cultivators in the sect and have the possibility of dispatching and controlling them. The Zhenren on duty at the side hall was an old acquaintance, Zhenren Xiaojiu, Ka Wo. Senior Marshal Sister is getting more and more beautiful. I only have one ear. May I ask how old you are? Do you need to make your bed, fold your quilt, massage your back and massage your legs? As the gigolo of the Xiaoyaro tour, I dare not to do my best. Ka Wo glared at him. It had been a few hundred years, but this person's cheeky smile had not changed at all. Time passed, youth aged easily. There were too many people who gradually disappeared in the turbulent times of the cultivation world. At that time, it seemed like a big wave, but in the end, it calmed down with time and disappeared without a trace. Only this guy. Every time you thought he might have died outside after not seeing him for a long time, suddenly, there would be a vague message from somewhere. Some incident might be related to him, some murder might have traces of him. The changes of the cultivation world in the universe, the changes of the trend, were stirred up by these seemingly tireless busybodies. One person could not stir up a big wave, but when thousands of these people stirred up a storm together, the universe was stirred up. You still know to come back. Did you get into trouble outside and purposely delayed it? Lu Xiaoyi was a little baffled. This senior sister was obviously implying something. What trouble can I cause? This time, he even helped an old man cross the road. Yes, cross the void. Everyone praises me for having a kind face and a kind heart. Ka Wo looked at him with disdain and flipped through the jade slip in her hand. The last time I left was 60 years ago. My goal was the fragrant grass trail. The fragrant grass trail ended almost 50 years ago. Where have you been all this time? Did he do something bad in the fragrant grass trail, so he deliberately hid outside to relax? Now that you think that the matter is almost over, you're coming back to pretend that nothing happened? Lu Xiaoyi thought about it from left to right. It seemed that he really didn't cause any big trouble this time. Senior sister, you tricked me. Ka Wo snorted coldly. She didn't want to say anything and let him run into a wall on his own, but she couldn't restrain the raging fire of gossip in her heart. The victim's family has come to our Xiao Yarrow mountain. Are you still pretending to be innocent? The victim's family? What victim's family? Lu Xiaoyi was even more puzzled. He usually didn't leave any loose ends. Moreover, the number of people he killed on this trip was limited, right? The second anti-space point was far away. Who could find Juzian? Or directly find Xiao Yarrow Mountain? Seeing that this guy was still pretending to be ignorant, Ka Wo couldn't help but get angry. 3 beautiful women. Have you forgotten all of them? Lu Xiaoyi suddenly understood. Were they chosen by the heavens? Lan Mai, Fei Yu, Qianzi? Ka Wo snorted coldly. Didn't I not forget? I remembered the names perfectly. They came to Xiao Yarrow Mountain and specifically said that they were looking for you. Tell me, did you bully them outside? Lu Xiaoyi cried out in grievance. Senior sister, I really didn't. I didn't even flirt with them. I didn't even hold their hands. I swear to the heavens. Yes, but it seems that Qianzi's ex-husband was killed by me. Ka Wo covered her mouth. Is your old habit acting up again? In the past, you only liked to use them, but now. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Was he that bored? Senior sister, please, can you be a little more innocent? Who knows who's who in the grassy path? These 3 women were flirted with by that damn slug. I didn't even taste a mouthful of blood. As for who's whose ex-husband and who's whose stepmother, it's not carved on their faces. How would I know? Ka Wo didn't believe him. She only looked at him suspiciously. Then why did they come looking for you? Wasn't it because you said that after killing their ex-husbands, you could replace them? The 2 of them met again after a long separation. After a round of fooling around, Ka Wo said seriously, jokes aside, there's one thing you have to remember. A woman's memory of hatred is probably deeper than a man's. There's no such thing as mutual appreciation. I heard from a few elders that in the near future, the upper sects of Juzian might be invited to heaven's choice. Yuanying, Buddhist, and Daoist will be there. It's an emissary group of cultivators, all for the sake of balancing the increasing conflicts in the positive and negative spaces recently. What I mean is, if the sect asks for your opinion, considering your past enmity with the cultivators of heaven's choice, it's better to avoid this trip. It's not good to force yourself to be a hero. Lu Xiaoyi nodded, but he knew that he probably couldn't avoid it. Because of the deliberate intentions of the 3 female cultivators of heaven's choice, because of the indulgence of the white-browed old man behind her. There was no need to say these words to Kawa. It was good enough for her to cultivate happily like this. Why should he drag her into trouble? After bidding farewell to Kawa, who was starting to become fussy, Lu Xiaoyi didn't take the initiative to look for his senior martial uncles. He was busy with his own matters. As for other things, he could just wait quietly. He still came to the library. Here, there were things he needed. Cultivators' cultivation, wealth, companionship, techniques, and location. Different realms, each had its own emphasis. At the stage of Yuanying, the effects of these 4 realms had already given way to the comprehension of heaven and earth and the discovery of one's own secret. It wasn't that wealth, companionship, techniques, and location weren't important, but there was already something more important. Lu Xiaoyi's uniqueness was that he didn't lack the most important comprehension, state of mind, or Tao realm. What he lacked were things that seemed simpler to ordinary cultivators. His current nascent soul had already reached 9 inches. He was waiting for an opportunity to leap. There was no precedent for this opportunity. Ever since he formed his nascent soul, the breakthrough of a 3-inch nascent soul was due to merit, the breakthrough of a 5-inch nascent soul was due to the smile of a beauty, the breakthrough of a 7-inch nascent soul was due to the freedom of the great Tao fragment. There was no fixed pattern, no precedent. Therefore, he really didn't know how the breakthrough of a 9-inch nascent soul would be carried out. What he had to guard against was that once the 9-inch nascent soul was formed, the true monarch would come one after another. Then, was Yuqing Ziqing ready? Was the theoretical foundation of true monarch completely understood? Where would he choose to become a true monarch? Would there be any seniors or teachers accompanying him? He didn't seem to have anything. Chapter 1175. This was also one of the main characteristics of him breaking through to the next realm. He would look for a trap when the enemy was right in front of him. It was too unreliable. It did not have the orderly, step-by-step, and natural feeling of the orthodox Taoists. People in the upper realm were fearful. From the beginning of Foundation establishment, his mother's foot-washing pill, the reverse gambling space when he was Jindan, and the physical body reconstruction when he was nascent soul, it seemed that not a single one of them was taught by the ancient books and master. It seemed that unconventional methods had become his habit. Of course, the returns were also great. Otherwise, he would not have the basic ability to kill those in higher realms. And for this ability to surpass realms, he seemed to be used to such a thrilling method. Others would be anxious because they had no clue about the upper realm, but he had too many clues and too many plans, but he was not confident. Instead, his current aimless state made him feel more at ease. As for the upper realm, he had already been preparing for it. From the day he formed his 5-inch nascent soul, preparing for a rainy day was a necessary quality for an outstanding cultivator. He did not need to be taught. However, his preparation was not a rigid plan. He did not prepare any resources, array supplements, environmental enhancements. He did not think about any of these. He only thought about the state of his mind. To be specific, he was accumulating the Tao state in his nascent soul. This was also the most important thing for great cultivators. From Yuanying, the power of the Tao state was almost everything that measured a cultivator's level. This was because it represented how much power one could borrow from the heavens and earth. No matter how high one's magic power was or how abundant one's mental energy was, could one be stronger than the heavens and the universe? He now had many Tao state comprehensions that could reach a higher level. Destiny, the 5 elements, merit, void, and massacre. Now, with the addition of impermanence, which he had yet to fully understand, there would be as many as 6 innate Taos, Would there be a qualitative change under the quantitative change? He was looking forward to it. This was the unique charm of his nascent soul. Therefore, the direction of his search was actually the same. Everything about impermanence. Taoists also talked about impermanence, but they rarely extracted the impermanence alone. Instead, they included it in other innate Taos. For example, the most basic 5 elements, yin and yang, had a very deep explanation of the changes of impermanence. Tao, which can be Tao, is not a constant Tao. A name can be given, but not a permanent name. This was the most basic Daoist concept of impermanence. What Lu Xiaoyi was looking for was something like this. Then, he would combine it with Buddhism's impermanence and collide it with the great Tao of impermanence fragment in Sparrow Palace. Through this method, he would completely understand the Tao of impermanence. There is no time in the book, and I seek it alone. Although Ka had already told him that there were 3 beautiful heaven's chosen female cultivators who were constantly thinking about him, he didn't have the slightest interest in meeting them. If he wanted to tease the beauties, he would rather look for Daoist Master Xiao Jiao or Daoist Master Da Jiao, using the Tao of alchemy as an excuse. If there was a need, he would go to the city at the foot of the mountain to relax. He would not take the initiative to look for the 3 sisters. He had heard that the 3 sisters were very popular among the Yuanian cultivators. They were the guests of many famous perfected ones. It was no wonder. They were beautiful, strong, and exotic. In this world, foreign monks were not the only ones who knew how to chant sutras. Foreign beauties were even more beautiful. Here, Daoist Master Xiao Jiao had helped him a lot. She had kept his return a secret. Of course, she didn't tell the perfected ones, but she didn't dare to hide it from the martial uncles. Several months later, a talisman arrived. Lu Xiaoyi scanned it with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, he found himself in the Great Freedom Hall. True monarch Kucha was still sitting there, looking at him with a smile. "Greetings, martial uncle." Lu Xiaoyi respectfully greeted him. Last time, this old guy had pretended to flip through the mission jade book to get him to Changshuo. Who knew what kind of tricks he would pull this time? Kucha was very amiable. "Single ear, you did well in the mission last time. You killed bravely, raising the prestige of the origin world's cultivators and raising the prestige of our Tao. I called you here this time because I want to know what you want. The free and unfettered travel sect is from Juzian. They've always been very dafa to disciples who are willing to contribute." Lu Xiaoyi didn't stand on ceremony. "Your disciple is currently at a critical juncture in his cultivation. I just lack spiritual opportunity. Purple purity would be the best. Is there a more direct way to obtain it in the free and unfettered travel sect? In the Juzian upper realm, cultivators who reached the Yuanian realm would no longer be provided with additional resources. They would have to go out into the universe and fight for everything. Thousands of Yuanian cultivators and more than 200 true monarchs were unable to provide spiritual opportunity. Of course, there were still rewards for meritorious service. It was just that the rewards were relatively broad and there were no strict rules. The nature of the mission and the amount of meritorious service were determined with a single thought from the senior true monarchs. Kucha smiled and nodded. This was a legitimate request. In fact, almost every Yuanian cultivator who went out on a mission would first mention spiritual opportunity, then rare treasures from the sect's treasury, or some other strange request. Purple purity, for your mission, you were rewarded with 100 strands. Are you satisfied? 100 strands of purple purity was equivalent to 1,000 strands of jade purity. It wasn't a small reward and was neither too high nor too low. There was neither surprise nor disappointment. Lu Xiaoyi's expression didn't change. When it came to rewards from the sect, he never had high expectations. In this regard, the free and unfettered travel sect was relatively poor compared to the Qing Wei Immortal sect and the Primeval Cave sect. "I'm satisfied. Every strand of purple purity is accumulated by the sect. Your disciple reaps without sowing. I'm ashamed to accept it." Kucha waved his hand and didn't avoid certain facts. 100 strands of purple purity is still too little for you. After all, You've been guarding the negative space for decades. It's very difficult to obtain spiritual opportunity there, and you can't leave as you wish. So this little compensation is probably not enough to cover the amount of spiritual opportunity you've collected over the years. The foundation of the free and unfettered travel sect is relatively weak and can't be compared to the other sects. So don't complain, your disciple won't. Lu Xiaoyi waited for the old man's next move. As expected, Kucha changed the topic. I know you're now at a critical juncture. 100 strands might not be enough. How about this? I'll introduce you to a mission with generous rewards. Not only is there no need to worry about your safety, but you'll also be treated well. You'll even be able to withdraw your spiritual opportunity in advance. Are you willing to listen? Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. The free and unfettered travel sect was a good sect. But these little schemes between the elders and juniors were unnecessary. It was clearly a simple matter, but they had to beat around the bush a few times. They could just say that there was a mission for you and that you'd be compensated when you returned. How simple. They just had to use spiritual opportunity to restrain you and force you to be willing. These two words, free and unfettered, were all these big shots cultivating for nothing. If the sect made a request, he couldn't refuse, especially when it was such a deliberate arrangement. Even if he refused this time, there would still be a next time. When Kucha decided to be direct, the favor would be gone, and he would still have to go. Why bother? Your disciple is willing. Please tell me, Uncle Master. Chapter 1176. Kucha smiled. Ien, at least he knows his place. This mission was still under the orders of Senior Brother Whitebrows, and he had also guessed some things from Senior Brother Whitebrow's thoughts. One ear, do you understand the general trend of the universe? Lu Xiaoyi was very humble. I don't even understand my own cultivation. How can I talk about the general trend of the universe? What I know is all thanks to the guidance of the elders. Kucha did not mind his modesty. Basically, all Daoist disciples spoke in such a tone, but in reality, they had countless ideas in their hearts. The general trend of the universe is complicated. There are countless reasons, and even if I talk here for 3 days and 3 nights, I won't be able to finish. But under the general trend, there is always a priority, and there is always a priority. Just like the conflict between Taoism and Buddhism, it is always the main theme, and this will never change. But there are also some special things that will play a decisive role in a certain period of time. They may not last long, but at the right time, they will play a special role. This time, when the great Tao of the universe collapses and a new era begins, there is such an additional factor that plays a role in the changing situation. That is, the conflict between the main world and the heaven's choice continent. Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. He had also felt it in the negative space, and Qing Xian had also heard about it. Of course, for a true lord of essence soul like Kucha, it was impossible to hide it from his eyes. The main world and the heaven's choice continent have coexisted peacefully for millions of years. Because of the four swans' coordination, they both lived in their own places and lived in peace. But now, the great Tao is incomplete, and the heavenly Tao's control is in danger. The four swans' foundation is loosening, and everything is possible. Of the 36 great Taos, there are actually only 35 of them. There is also a need for one of them to exist as a variable. But these 35 great Taos are not all in harmony. Since the beginning of cultivation, there have always been 2 or 3 of them, and they are very mysterious. After that, the collapse of morality, followed by fate, merit, void, slaughter, and impermanence. 6 out of the 36 innate Taos are gone, and with the addition of the fake Tao fusing, what appeared in the heavenly Tao's control is not a flaw, but a crack that is getting deeper and deeper. Lu Xiaoyi needed to be taught personally. The knowledge of a high-level Zhenjuan had its own uniqueness. Even if they had other purposes, just these opening remarks alone were enough to teach him a lot of things, which was also what he lacked. On the road of companionship, he lacked the help of good teachers and helpful friends. After all, Martial Uncle Mi and the others were limited by their orthodoxy, and they did not mix in the cultivation circle often. They walked alone for 300 years, so in fact, their knowledge was limited. Therefore, they were far inferior to the ability of these top cultivators in Juzian to control the overall situation. This was also what orthodox Taoists were best at. They never relied on a single strong force to survive, because the existence of a single individual could not last long, and would only last intermittently. The only thing that could last was always a large number of people, and a great foresight. Just like what Kucha said, 20,000 years ago, there were almost no rumors of this in the cultivation world. Not to mention Yuanying, even Zhenjuan would find it difficult to understand the details. This was a problem that only cultivators who had reached the level of half-immortal would consider. But now, these top secrets of the cultivation world had spread far and wide, losing the mystery of the past. In fact, after the collapse of the Great Tao, loopholes had appeared in the framework of the heavenly Tao, and some things had lost their restraints, spreading everywhere. The Yuanying of today was completely different from the Yuanying of 10,000 years ago. One was like a student in a big city, with a lot of information and knowledge, and had the opportunity to come in contact with the most advanced things in the world, whether it was technology or ideology. The other was a child in a small village, with no knowledge other than a few mathematics, physics, and chemistry book. It was hard to say which of the two was better. In Yuanying, one could fully understand the changes and directions of the 36 innate Taos. Of course, this would be of great help to a cultivator. But the problem was that the more one knew, the more one would be blinded. Was it certain that a student from a small village would not be able to do it? On the contrary, in the end, the ones who reached the highest position were usually this group of people. This is the power. Under the power, all kinds of changes are possible. This includes the recognition of each other's status in the cultivation world of the positive and negative space, which had coexisted peacefully for millions of years. Man walks towards the top, and water flows towards the bottom. Under the waves of the new era, will the people chosen by the heavens forever remain in a corner and not think of making progress? If they are still so stagnant, then they are not fit to be cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi nodded, accepting the advice. It was very subtle. It went straight to the core. He took out a tea set that he hadn't used for a long time and clumsily poured a cup of bitter tea. The old Daoist tasted it and frowned. It was too disgusting. However, this was probably the first time a disciple like him was serving tea to someone. He was used to drinking wine on a daily basis. With the intention in mind, other things didn't matter. When comparing the power of the positive and negative space, the difference is like heaven and earth, and can't be mentioned in the same breath. Don't look at how big the heaven's choice continent is and how no other world in the main world can compare to it. In terms of total volume, it is like the bright moon compared to a grain of rice. But then again, because the main world is too big, it is impossible to form a united force. Not to mention the entire main world, even the dozens of universes around Juzian have their own way of doing things, each with their own thoughts. How can they be united? Therefore, the comparison of power between the two sides is very subtle, and there is no question of who is stronger or weaker. We need to discuss the matter as it is and not be careless. Lu Xiaoyi understood Kucha's meaning. What he meant was that if the Heaven's Choice continent broke through the space barrier and attacked, no world in the main world would be able to resist this wave alone. But then again, there were countless worlds in the main world that knew the location of the Heaven's Choice continent. If you attacked one, how would you face the others? At that time, not only would the Heaven's Choice continent lose its nest, but the forces of the main world would also be constantly harassed by the native. Moreover, it was just like how the cultivators of the main world could never be united. The Heaven's Choice continent was the same. They were all humans, and they were all selfish. There was no difference in essence. Kucha gradually got to the point. Communication is very important. At the very least, we should be able to understand each other's thoughts and movements. This can also prevent blind actions, especially in a world like Juzian, which is relatively close to the Heaven's Choice continent. We need to know their thoughts, fighting strength, arrangements, the situation of the continent, the attitudes of the various countries, and so on. We have always been doing these things. The true monarch has never stopped sending people to the Heaven's Choice continent. Of course, to the outside world, it is just a tour. Everyone knows what is going on, but these are all unofficial and have been going on for many years. Now, we, the 9 upper sects, have agreed that the time is ripe for an official visit. Therefore, an official diplomatic mission is being set up. This is the opportunity to earn the purple purity that I told you about. Chapter 1177. Kucha's expression turned serious. Since this is an official diplomatic mission, there are many rules and regulations that must be followed. You have to be strong to display the strength of the cultivation world. You can't be overbearing, or you'll provoke them and end up making a fool of yourself. There are many things to consider, but these are all coordinated by the 9 upper sects, so you don't have to worry. Every upper sect will send people, not only true monarchs, but also Yuaniing. You should understand that there are many undercurrents hidden in this kind of exchange. There will be clashes on various levels. For a successful diplomatic mission, powerful strength is a must. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Peace is won through fighting, not negotiation. In the cultivation world, the weak have no right to make demands. I understand. Kucha pointed at him. You're sharp. You're exactly the person we need. The Free and Unfettered Travel Association will send a primordial soul true monarch, a yin soul true monarch, and 3 Yuaniing true monarch. This is also the configuration of the other upper sects. If there are too many people, it won't be a mission, but a show of strength and provoke the natives. Leading the mission will be 2 Yang soul true monarchs, Qingwei and Yuansha, as well as a great Buddha. The only requirement is to be able to stand up under pressure. In the Free and Unfettered Travel Association's Yuaniing group, there aren't many who can stand up to pressure, but you, Single Ear, are definitely one of the most outstanding. That's why we chose you. Do you have any objections? Lu Xiaoyi did not hesitate. I will follow the orders of the sect. I have no objections. Kucha was very pleased. The Free and Unfettered Travel Association placed too much emphasis on the autonomy of the cultivators, but there were some things that had to be done forcefully. Fortunately, Single Ear understood the big picture. Kucha's efforts had not been in vain. He couldn't doubt his senior brother's scheme, but in terms of individual matters, this Shan was still very responsible for the sect's affairs, which made him very satisfied. For this reason, he was willing to give him the greatest benefits within his authority. 200 strands of purple light. This is the most I can decide for this mission. If you agree, you can take my talisman to the treasury later. Do you have any other questions? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Uncle Master, when do we leave? Kucha smiled. We don't have a fixed schedule, and we're still in the process of making preparations. You should know that the selection of people is extremely important. This is the first official diplomatic mission of Juzian to another continent since its establishment, so we have to be careful. I estimate that it will take a few more years. The main thing is to wait for a few key figures to return. Qingwei's young god, ascetic Zen's great Buddha, and a few essence soul perfected lords need to be summoned from the universe. Lu Xiaoyi asked again, Martial Uncle, are you going to be the perfected lord of the carefree tour? Kucha laughed. It wasn't me. In Daoist customs, those in charge of the court were usually not the best at fighting. My old bones might be able to work on the edges, but I'm afraid I won't be able to pull it out. It was your martial uncle Qiong Di. Among the supremes, he could be called the most carefree person other than the sun god. Even if he were to face the sun god, he would not be afraid. Along the way, you'll have plenty of opportunities to interact with him. Our carefree tour will also be bringing 3 Kuan cultivators with us on this diplomatic mission. They're also from Heaven's Choice and have settled down in Juzian in recent years. They've all settled down in Taixien, Yuansha, and Qingwei. Now, they're in my carefree tour. Why, I heard that you have some unclear relations with them. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. No, it's nothing. What unclear relations? It's all just petty people gossiping. This disciple has nothing to do with them, but I did kill someone from Heaven's Choice in the fragrant grass trail. I didn't do it on purpose. You know that in that kind of environment, there's no way to get the best of both worlds. Kucha narrowed his eyes. Yes, But I know that anyone who has ever met you has been killed. Let me remind you, your reputation as a vicious person might be even more famous in Heaven's Choice than in Juzyan. This is an honor, but also a challenge. If you really go to Heaven's Choice, I'm afraid you'll be targeted more than other Yuaniing. How about it? Do you have confidence? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. If I say that I don't have confidence, will I be able to avoid this trip? A dead pig fears no boiling water. This disciple will grit his teeth and go on this trip. For the sake of the sect, I don't care about my life or death. Kucha treated his words as if they were immensely righteous, as if they were farts. This diplomatic mission will take a long time, including the journey and the stay in Heaven's Choice continent. A few decades is nothing. However, I've seen your travel records. You're an experienced traveler, so I think you'll be able to adapt. But as someone who has been through this before, I must remind you that with your current cultivation, you may have the opportunity to break through at any time during this diplomatic mission. Looking at how you're collecting spiritium, you should be clear about your own situation. You must be prepared carefully. This is the basic quality of a cultivator. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Kucha gave him a final sweet date. In these few years, if you have any problems or troubles in your cultivation, you can come and find me. I can't say that I'll definitely be able to solve them, but I can still give you some advice. Lu Xiaoyi bowed solemnly. After speaking for so long, this sentence was the most practical. One had to know that a primordial soul true monarch like Kucha had long since stopped giving pointers to his junior disciples. If they weren't fated to, who would bother? This was the treatment of a personal disciple, but he also knew that Kucha had no disciples. After leaving the Great Freedom Hall, Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. The orthodoxy of the carefree travel sect seemed to have a unique charm. They were always calm and collected, but they also had a style that was unique to them. For example, Daoist masters Da and Da Jiao, Kucha, and that old white-browed man. It was not quite the same as Shenyuan, but with hundreds of thousands of years of Daoist heritage, how could it be shallow? It seemed very snobbish, but there was also a warmth in it. It seemed very simple, but there was also a trace of concern in it. He had been in the carefree travel sect for hundreds of years, but it seemed like he had never been treated as a core member. He also did not establish his own connections in the sect. But if he looked carefully, all the important matters did not seem to avoid him. Instead, they pushed him to the top. To a cultivator, what was the most important thing? It was not resources. It was not the so-called status. It was opportunities. At least in terms of opportunities, the carefree travel sect did not owe him anything. In fact, they were especially biased. Just based on this point, Lu Xiaoyi realized that he could not completely separate himself from the carefree travel sect. He was not such an ungrateful person. It had been almost 400 years, almost catching up to the time he had spent in Shenyuan. He was very clear-headed and knew that he could not decline. From the direction of the entire opportunity, it was enough to explain many things. Negative space. Heaven's Choice. Home fifth ring. It was just short of directly telling him, "Kid, I'm telling you, the negative space Heaven's Choice continent might attack your fifth ring, a matter that could be delayed for hundreds of years." This was the tradition of Taoism. If you have something to hold back, release it bit by bit. Let you smell it. Is it fennel? Or is it leek and egg? Or is it mutton and green onions? When do you release it? How strong is it? Is it spray or liquid gas? It's so boring that it hurts. Chapter 1178. After Kucha told him the truth, the three sisters came to visit as scheduled. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Lu Xiaoyi purposely prepared a hostess for himself. "Just sit here. Remember to act more affectionate when the time comes. Just like you and I are having an affair." Ka Wa angrily scolded, "Who's having an affair with you? You're really troublesome. I've heard of people borrowing spiritual opportunities, but I've never heard of people borrowing spiritual partners. Will I be able to clear my name after this?" Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "If you help someone, you should help them to the end. Since senior sister is here, you have to pretend to be decent. Otherwise, if people see through you, it will make me, the carefree travel team, a joke. Kawa was speechless. You've always been like this. Haven't you become a laughingstock? The two of them entertained the three sisters of the Heaven's Choice Good Country in Lu Xiaoyi's doghouse. Jiahua also spent a lot of effort to at least make the Immortals' cave more livable. You're the first cultivator I've seen who can make a cave so sloppy. Unwillingly, the three sisters leisurely walked over. Jiahua immediately shook her body, and the bearing of a mistress was revealed without a doubt. It wasn't that she wanted to be cheap, but she really felt that it was best not to provoke these three girls. Otherwise, she might not be able to keep her other ear. The three sisters sat down and poured some fragrant tea. They looked around the cave abode in a natural and unrestrained manner. Although the windows were bright and clean, and at first glance, it seemed that the mistress was in charge of the place, but upon closer inspection, there were many details that were suspicious. Some things could not be easily faked, especially the aura of life. But it didn't matter. They didn't have any ulterior motives. It was just a means. They thought that they would need to rely on their beauty to invite them, but now that they had the convenience of being a diplomat, they didn't need to spend too much effort. However, they still had to maintain their relationship. Spiritual Master Jiao, right? Senior Brother Shan is really lucky. You're keeping beauties for yourself, but you're so tight-lipped outside. Kawa smiled faintly. We cultivate separately and don't interact often. Not to mention the three of you, even in the Carefree Mountain sect, not many people know about it. Lan Mai was too lazy to be serious in this regard. This time, they only came to confirm whether this fierce person was really going to be sent to Heaven's Choice. After all, they were outsiders in the Carefree Guild. They could hear some rumors, but they couldn't get the final name list. No matter how carefree the Carefree Guild was, they wouldn't easily reveal their every move in front of others. This was their principle. Crimson Moon looked relaxed. Juzian has been here for decades, but I never thought that there would be such a strange domain in the universe. More than 3,000 continents, each one different from the other. The culture, geography, local customs, and customs were too much for the eyes to take in. They were independent of each other in the whole, but they were scattered and integrated as one, making people gasp in amazement. As expected of the number one realm in the universe. I've been here for so long that I don't want to leave. They were all polite words and couldn't be taken seriously. Kawa returned the favor. The so-called number one world in the universe is just a compliment from my friend. There were countless realms in the universe, and Juzian was not the only one with great strength. It's just that the distance is too far, so I don't know everything. I heard that Heaven's Choice is very beautiful, with a vast territory and abundant resources. It is still growing, and I don't even know what kind of spectacular scene it is. It's a pity that I don't have the chance. I'm not strong enough, so I can't go personally. It's a pity. The women put on a hypocritical face, and compared to the men, they were even more calm. They spoke naturally, as if every word was from their heart. And the more they spoke, the more intimate they became, as if they were going to become best friends. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyi felt a chill in his heart. Senior sister was usually serious and old-fashioned, but he didn't expect her to really let go. She was also a shrew with a poisonous tongue. Choosing Jiahua to host this meeting was the wisest decision he had ever made. Lan Mai smiled. If junior sister wants to go, why do you need to be qualified? We don't need to go on a diplomatic mission, and we can just show our friendship. Are you afraid that we can't bring junior sister to Heaven's Choice? At that time, the scenery will be picturesque, and the people will be handsome. I guarantee that junior sister will fall in love with them. Kawa bragged a little too much, and didn't know how to end it. If she said that she didn't go, she would be slapping herself in the face. If she said that she would go, she really didn't have the intention. Lu Xiaoyi understood the situation and came to her rescue. No way. What kind of handsome person would a woman like you want to see? You can't kidnap my wife like this. If she really takes a fancy to a pretty boy, won't I be cuckolded? The three sisters giggled, and Kawa's brows furrowed. Nice words, in this person's mouth, were completely out of tune. Lan Mai changed the topic at the right time, and pulled them to the topic they were most interested in. Senior Brother Shan, I heard from the other senior brothers that Senior Brother Shan has a chance to go on this mission, and become one of the 3 Yuanying. I wonder if it's true. If the sect really summons you, would Senior Brother be willing to go? Lu Xiaoyi smiled slightly. He knew that some things couldn't be completely denied, and some things didn't need to be told the truth. Ian, there is such a thing. Marshal Uncle Kucha also talked to me about it, and there is such an intention. However, you all know very well that in my carefree sect, cultivators have the right to make arrangements for their own cultivation. The world is vast, but cultivation is the most important thing. I'm at a critical juncture now, and I'm about to prepare for the path to the upper realm. At this time, I'm afraid it's not good for my own cultivation to go on a long journey. There are thousands of Yuanying in the carefree sect, and there are countless talents and experts. How can I be the only one left? So I'm very hesitant. Lu Xiaoyi's words were flawless, but he did not speak the truth. Hearing this, Jiahua secretly curled her lips. This guy was cunning. Whoever wanted to compete with him in terms of wits would most likely end up in disaster. Most likely, they would be cheated. Lan Mai thought for a moment, but was still a little hesitant. She didn't know how to persuade this guy. He was a pain in the ass, and normal methods wouldn't work on him. Qian Zi, on the other hand, was a straightforward person. She had long seen that this guy wasn't honest. His smile was like a beggar, and one look and she knew he was a crafty person. What upper realm true monarch? When he was in the path of fragrant grass, he was only in the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. Now, he was only in the late stage of the nascent soul stage. According to the rules of the cultivation world, without at least 100 or 200 years of consolidation, it was impossible to reach the upper stage. Wasn't it just because he killed a Heaven's Choice cultivator and went to the Heaven's Choice continent to be afraid of being challenged for revenge? This kind of person was good at deceiving others, but when it came to fighting force with force, he was also a scoundrel. Thus, she decided to checkmate him. Senior Brother Shan, don't tell me you don't dare to go to the Heaven's Choice continent because of the grudge you had with us cultivators at the Fragrant Grass Trail? Cultivators of our generation are broad-minded. For the sake of the great Tao, it's normal to make mistakes occasionally in the cultivation world. If we really haggle over every little thing, then all cultivators don't need to go anywhere else for the rest of their lives. Take us for example. We knew that the Heaven's Choice continent cultivators were killed at the Fragrant Grass Trail by cultivators from the origin world, but we still dared to come to Juzian. It's because we know that this is just a fight for the great Tao. We, the Heaven's Choice continent cultivators, also kill cultivators from the origin world. After leaving the Fragrant Grass Trail, we're still friends. We're not like Senior Brother Shan, who is so overcautious. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He really wanted to say, not only did I kill your ex-husband, Xiao Yuan, I also killed your senior brother Tengchong. Hehe, I'm a naturally timid person. I don't go to dangerous places, and I hide in dangerous places. That's how I managed to live for a few hundred years. My 3 senior sisters are truly heroines. I'm far from being comparable. I'm ashamed. Chapter 1179. Lu Xiaoyi didn't mind pretending to be a grandson. He wasn't a clean freak, so it would be best if others really treated him like a grandson. In the eyes of the 3 sisters, although he might be very strong, he should be strong in his cunning and wretchedness. After all, when he harmed Xiao Yuan, he didn't display any outstanding skills. Maybe he only had some achievements in the spiritual domain. Cultivators didn't know how to make guesses, and they believed in their own eyes. Lu Xiaoyi didn't show anything at that time, but what they saw was that he deliberately made Xiao Yuan attack him with liquid mercury. Once they fell into his trap, who knew what would happen if they really fought? Did a truly strong person need to pretend to be a big rice dumpling in the killing grass? The 3 sisters' original purpose was to drag him to the Heaven's Choice continent, where there would naturally be someone to deal with him. Secondly, if it didn't work, they could look for a remote location in the universe's void. 3 against 1 might be able to solve the problem. However, this grandson was very slippery. He didn't wait for the fragrant grass trail fragment to come to a conclusion and ran away early. They couldn't find him no matter how hard they searched. This also strengthened their thoughts of looking down on this person. It was true that he was a little strange, but it wasn't necessarily that amazing. Now that Qianzi provoked him, it was indeed useless. He took advantage of the situation and shrank back naturally, without any sense of shame. He was also a shameless person. When Lu Xiaoyi shrank back, Ka was instead a little angry. How could she, a Daoist master of the origin world's Juxian, take this lying down? However, it wasn't good for her to directly fall out with him, so she could only talk about the matter as it was. When cultivators fight, they always pay attention to the right time, the right place, and the right people. No one can deny that the right place helps. 3 senior sisters came to Juxian, so your hands must not be stained with the blood of Ju cultivators, right? If you were, would you still be so free and unfettered? I heard that there are countless great cultivators in the Heaven's Choice continent. Not only are there Yuaniing true monarchs, but there are also half-immortal physiques, the leaders of the group. If ordinary people went there, how would they dare to be so impudent? Our origin world is different. Half-immortal realm cultivators are all in that unspeakable place. You can't easily see them, let alone hope for them. Just from this point alone, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Heaven's Choice continent is a tiger's den. Lan Mai stepped forward to mediate the situation. This was the benefit of having 3 people and 3 mouths. Qianzi could vent her anger from the perspective of the deceased, and her role was to ensure that the anger would not go out of control. Junior sister Ka War is right. However, don't blame my third sister. Although we were only once Dao companions, there were still feelings between us. Cultivation is difficult. Every time we lose a friend, it is an unforgettable pain for us. Before we went to the fragrant grass trail, we traveled together with 2 senior martial brothers. They were both extremely powerful cultivators. They didn't go to the fragrant grass trail just for themselves, but more so to protect ordinary cultivators like us. In this strange space, under the hostile gazes, I think junior martial sister can understand our feelings. Ka was afraid of being softened, so she lowered her stance. Senior martial sister is right. These 2 senior brothers could be considered to be loyal and affectionate. Suddenly losing one, it's no wonder that senior martial sister Qianzi is sad. This is fate. In the situation of fighting for fragments, no one can guarantee what they can do. Lan Mai nodded. It's like this. Senior martial brother Xiaoyuan is gone, and senior martial brother Tengcheng's whereabouts are unknown. On the contrary, we useless people are still living in this world. The heavenly Tao is so unfair. I also want to say that Heaven's Choice is actually not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. As early as several hundred years ago, after the collapse of the Great Void Tao, all the half-immortals of Heaven's Choice collectively left the continent. I heard that the place they went to is the so-called unspeakable place. We don't know the specific reason, but I think it's nothing more than controlling the half-immortals' influence on the lower realm during the Great Chain. With them taking action, even the realm couldn't bear the weight, so they were all summoned. Ka was very surprised. There's such a thing. Why haven't I heard of it? Senior martial sister is telling us such a secret now, this. Lan Mai sighed. It's not a secret for a long time. The upper echelons of the origin world all know about it, including Juxian and your carefree travel. It's just that there's no need to spread it to the entire city. Ka curiously asked, they are so obedient. Without any resistance. Leaving the place where they cultivated their whole life. Lan Mai shook her head. There's nothing to be unwilling about. To be able to go to the unspeakable place has always been the half-immortals of Heaven's Choice. It will definitely be beneficial for their future cultivation. Moreover, the half-immortals themselves can't make such a decision. It must be a consensus formed by the immortal court to only protect the integrity of the lower realm. It wouldn't have been beaten into a pile of mush when the little era restarted. First, it was the human half-immortals, then it slowly spread to the immemorial sacred beasts. Not a single one was left out. Even those who wandered outside were all summoned back. So I said that the current Heaven's Choice continent is actually the same as the origin world. It's all ruled by the true monarchs. There are no more half-immortals. Kawa stuck out her tongue. In other words, the mighty ones aren't allowed to give orders to the lower realm anymore. Their legs are gone. Their legs are gone. Lan Mai nodded. That's right. No matter if they have legs or not, now that everyone is at the same level, they can only completely rely on themselves. We estimate that this kind of confinement might be quite strict. There won't be a situation where they secretly escape to the lower realm, because the beginning of the new era will not only affect us, the cultivators of the lower realm, but also the Almighty of the Immortal Court. In order to protect themselves, in order to have a good position in the new era, of course they have to do something. What should they do? Protecting the myriad worlds of the lower realm is their greatest merit. So, those who have the ability to destroy must be restrained. They can't be allowed to cause trouble in the lower realm. This is also the main point. Kawa sighed in admiration. Senior sister really knows a lot. Our origin world doesn't know anything about these things. Lan Mai sneered. What do I know? It's all from the senior true monarchs. It's also their collective judgment. The reason why we know is because we can often see half-immortal old ancestors in Heaven's Choice continent. So the news spreads faster. You origin world cultivators also understand these principles. It's just that you don't usually see half-immortal old ancestors, so it doesn't seem to have any effect. Everyone's judgment is the same, otherwise, why do you think the 9 upper sects of Juzian ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts and dared to negotiate in the territory of half-immortals? That's because they know that when the tiger isn't at home, the monkey can be the king. Lu Xiaoyi and Kawa smiled bitterly. Both of them thought that this diplomatic mission was very strange. Their methods of doing things suddenly became much fiercer. They originally thought that the upper echelons of Juzian had suddenly pulled themselves together, but they didn't expect that the real reason was actually this. It's also the elders' fault for not mentioning this. It's indeed not good to mention it. If they said it, it would be like slapping their own mouths. Each and every one of them was really good at acting. Actually, they were all feeling the stones to cross the river. Chapter 1180. Jiaohu aside, the changes of the Great Tao, it turns out that no one can stay out of it. Yuaniing perfected monarchs are like this, and half-immortals are the same. Or even worse. Who knows what the immortals in the heavens are like? I'm afraid they have their own difficulties to talk about. Lan Mai shook her head. No one can escape. Everyone has their own difficulties. Now it seems that the stronger the ability, the greater the influence. On the other hand, Qi refining and foundation building are not involved. How should they be? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This was the truth. A few women were sighing, but they were always glancing at the only man present. Lu Xiaoyi knew what they wanted to find out. Seeing that they had some solid information, he didn't want to be too vague. But the way he spoke was very infuriating. Half-immortals are gone. Aren't there still perfected monarchs? Qianzi couldn't bear it anymore. So it's best that only foundation-building Jin Dan is left in Heaven's Choice. That's why senior brother dares to go. Lu Xiaoyi said matter-of-factly, of course. It's best if they're all Qi refining. Even better if they're mortals. Don't you know that I have a secret nickname? The Kindergarten Terminator? Alright, let's stop joking. Marshal Uncle Kucha has already issued a decree. Even if I wanted to hide, I'm afraid I can't. There's an 80% chance that I won't be able to escape. You don't have to worry. Since you want me to go sightseeing in Heaven's Choice so much, how can I let you down? So, he reluctantly made a trip. It's a tough life. I have such a delicate wife by my side, but I have to go to the negative space to suffer. Qianzi didn't give up. 80%. Then what about the other 20%? Lu Xiaoyi spread his hands. You've seen it too. I'm already in the late stage of yuaniing. The upper stage can happen anytime, anywhere. If luck comes, there's no way to stop it. When I become a monarch, Do you think that a newly ascended perfected monarch like me would have the qualifications to join the diplomatic mission? The three sisters felt that this person was hateful because he would never let you feel at ease. Even if he agreed, he would still leave behind some bones to irritate your nerves. However, they couldn't go overboard. Even today's visit was a little too much. After the three of them left Lu Xiaoyi's doghouse, Red Moon complained, "Third sister, you really shouldn't have said those things." Even that spiritual master Jiao could see the real reason why we were so eager to invite him to Heaven's Choice. Qianzi wasn't convinced, but she had her reasons. "Senior sister, can't you see it now? No matter what we say or do, we can't influence this person's actions. This was a piece of troublesome meat that couldn't be steamed or boiled. If Xiao Yarrow you asked him to go, he had to go even if he didn't want to. If the sect doesn't request it, it's useless for us to say anything. As for the purpose, wasn't everyone well aware of it? He was just pretending to be ignorant. He knew our intentions. He knows that we know that he knows our intentions. We knew what he was up to. We also know that he knows that we know his intentions. It was a half card. Since we're sending Heaven's Choice, he can't do anything to us. It was that simple. As for going to Heaven's Choice, it was inevitable that he would be targeted, and he knew it himself. If he had the ability, he'd endure it. If he didn't, he'd pay his debts. Why be so careful? Lan Mai smiled. Oh, third sister is enlightened. You're right. We don't need to worry about anything. We'll do what we need to do. As long as the negotiations don't break down, we're guest. Red Moon tilted her head and thought for a moment. In my opinion, that spiritual master Jiao isn't her Dao companion. I have a feeling. Lan Mai and Qianzi agreed. Although those two fellas were very similar, one was careless and the other had no real experience. How could they hide from the good girls? Qianzi said, "What does he mean? Is he afraid that we'll take the initiative to throw ourselves at him? And he even pulled a shield." Old Sao looks in the mirror. He should take a look at himself first. There are countless good men in Heaven's Choice. What is he? Just in Xiao Yarrow Mountain, I think there's no one who isn't better than him. He has no connections. Most Yuanying don't even know him. He doesn't even have a single friend. He looks like a dog gnawed on. Lan Mai smiled and stopped her. That's enough, third sister. These words are a bit too much. He might be very ordinary, but he's not to the point of being gnawed on by a dog. You have to remember, a withered dog is also very powerful. Senior brother Xiaoyuan is such a talented person, but he still gnawed on him until not even his bones were left. I feel that his motive for doing this is very strange. Why don't we do the opposite? The more he avoids us, the more we have to approach him. If we pretend to be in love with him, maybe he'll fall for it. I know that once some men have a woman, there will be a hole in their heart. They can no longer be completely flawless. After all, they've had a deep relationship. Qianzi snorted and said angrily, "I think this person is just someone who won't admit it after putting on his pants. He still has pity in his heart and still has an opportunity to take advantage of me." Red Moon was very puzzled. "Senior sister, is there a need to do this? We're already in Heaven's Choice. How can we allow him to be so impudent? It's just a matter of a few days." Lan Mai shook her head. "You're wrong. In Heaven's Choice, they're guests, envoys, and targets of our protection. Just like how we're in Juzian now, no one will make a move against us. The opportunity will only come in an open challenge." But what if this person's strength is really outstanding, or if his dog luck is really heaven-defying? So we still need other methods to lure him out, to lure him far away. This requires someone he can trust. Qianzi turned her head angrily. "I'm not doing it. It has nothing to do with me." Looking at Lan Mai's expectant gaze, Red Moon was very responsible. "I'm willing to sacrifice anything to get rid of this bastard. But I'm not sure how he feels about us. What if he takes a fancy to you, big sister?" Lan Mai sighed. "I'm also not afraid of sacrifice." Lu Xiaoyi was still immersed in the information brought by the three sisters of Hao Guo, unable to extricate himself. Ka Wo, who was about to get up and leave, gave him a kick. Why are you so quiet today? I have to deal with everything, but you're acting like a big boss, acting like the head of the family. I'm leaving, you think about it yourself. Lu Xiaoyi enthusiastically urged her to stay. Hey, why are you leaving? It's already late, why don't you stay for the night and let me repay you properly? Seeing Ka's murderous gaze, he hurriedly changed his words. Then, why don't you cook me a meal before you leave? Hey, I'll cook you a meal, okay? Jiahua ignored his crazy words and walked out. When she reached the entrance of the cave abode, she suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, "What's wrong?" The two senior brothers they were talking about, the one called Xiaoyuan was killed by you. What about the other one? Why do I feel that it has something to do with you? Lu Xiaoyi was very embarrassed. I killed that one too. Kawa turned around and left. This scum, the three sisters of Hao Guo hated him. Chapter 1181. Lu Xiaoyi was thinking of a way to break through the 9-inch infant. This had nothing to do with whether or not he had the guts to go to the Heaven's Choice continent. This was his cultivation. He would not allow any other changes to affect his own rhythm. So what if he went on a diplomatic mission? He was very clear on which was more important than the upper realm. The problem was that when he settled down and stayed in the sect to live like a prince, it was as if all his luck had left him. This also made him understand his own situation. He was someone who was constantly on the move. Opportunities were in the void of the universe, on the road, in danger, but not in the sect. This was because he was not someone who could break through in seclusion in the sect. The heavens had given him countless obstacles, but also gave him great strength. If he had to choose, would it be a stable upper realm and then disappear into the crowd? Or would it be a life and death struggle, but still be able to cross realms and kill enemies? It didn't seem difficult to choose. He began to frequently enter the Great Freedom Hall. Since he had already considered himself a member of the Carefree Wanderer, he did not have so many misgivings. If there was a chance in the future, he would settle this karma. There was no need to keep putting on airs. He already owed the Carefree Wanderer a lot. Unknowingly, this was by Mai's method. What is yin spirit? Lu Xiaoyi asked in a dignified manner. This was a question and could not be mischievous. This was a very serious matter and required an attitude. Kucha said seriously, things are divided into the 5 elements. Spirits are divided into 5 types. Pills are born from them. Yin spirit, primordial spirit, yang spirit, jade spirit and sacred spirit. This is the division of ancient orthodoxies. Actually, jade spirit and sacred spirit are too illusory. No one has seen it personally and it is not a system. There is no way to progress. If you mix into the 5 decay, you will not reach the end. What is the difference between yin spirit and yang spirit? Is it compatible with the Tao of yin and yang? Lu Xiaoyi asked again. Kucha said, rebirth. There is a body outside the body. When gathered, it takes shape. When scattered, it becomes qi. This is the yang spirit. With a clear thought, the soul will not disperse. It is like a dream or a shadow. This is the yin spirit. The yin spirit can see people and the yang spirit can see people. This is the general idea. What is yin? What's the difference between them and ghosts? Lu Xiaoyi had a lot of questions. He didn't expect to get an accurate answer, but he should know what the mainstream of Taoism thought about this. In fact, there were many things that didn't have a fixed explanation. Everyone was different and had their own understanding. Yin masters were known as ghost immortals in ancient times. Ghost immortals were second only to the 5 immortals. Transcendence in the yin, the divine elephant is unknown, the ghost pass has no surname, the 3 mountains have no name. Although it was not reincarnation, it was difficult to return to Peng Ying. In the end, he had nowhere to return to. He had to give up on reincarnation. Those who cultivate do not comprehend the great Tao, but seek to achieve it quickly. His body was like a piece of wood, his heart was like dead ashes. His divine sense was guarded inwardly, and his will did not dissipate. The yin spirit was born out of Dingzhong. It was the ghost of Qing Ling, not the immortal of pure yang. Because of his determination, the yin spirit would not disperse, hence the name ghost immortal. Although they were called immortals, they were actually ghosts. Since ancient times, disciples who have worshipped Buddhism have worked hard to this point and have achieved the Tao. What a joke! How do I make my yin master come out of his shell? There were many answers to this question, but Lu Xiaoyi still wanted to ask. It was a primer. Bitter Tea Daoist said, before entering the vacuum, it's difficult for the yin spirit to emerge. What is a vacuum? When your heart is empty and unencumbered, it is a vacuum. When your heart is burdened by the past, it cannot be freed. If you want to be freed, you can only repent and do good deed. Lu Xiaoyi, what is repent? How do you do good deeds? Kucha Daoist, repentance is to free one from the burden and bondage of the gods. Doing good deeds is to continue to raise the power of the gods, so that they can live in the land of the Tao and understand their own hearts. Those who understand themselves know where their heart is thinking and how to act. Lu Xiaoyi, if I have no regrets, how can I repent? Kucha Daoist, if you have no regrets, then you do not need to regret. As long as you have no regrets. Lu Xiaoyi, what is good? How do you define it? Is there a standard? Who can set this standard? Kucha Daoist, there is no place that does not lead the world with the Tao. There is no time that does not lead the world with virtue. In cultivation, one must live without doing anything. It is easy to change one's heart with the scenery. It is not easy to have a virtuous heart through reflection. Peonies love to taste their own fragrance. Roosters love to be complacent. Foxes love to be clever. Cunning rabbits love to have 3 burrows. Rotten wood loves to be full of remorse. If one treats all things as a mirror, then one must always have a Tao heart. The Tao is hidden in the most simple of all things, but one rarely pays attention to connecting it with oneself. To do this, one must always have good intentions. What is the difference between Taoism and Buddhism when it comes to the creation of the yin spirit? Lu Xiaoyi had to ask, because he now had a deep understanding of the Tao of merit. In the future, he would come into contact with more. He could not avoid it, he could only choose. This was a characteristic of his nascent self. He would not reject anything useful. Buddhism and Taoism were as old as each other. Of course, they had their roots. Blindly denying it was not the attitude of a true cultivator. Kucha Daoist had his own understanding. At his level, there were some things that he had already seen through. The key difference between Taoism and Buddhism is that Buddhism talks about emptiness and nothingness. Taoism talks about emptiness and spirituality. The two seem similar, but in fact, they are very different. To achieve emptiness and nothingness, one needs to get rid of all things in the stillness. This is an act of abandoning one's vital essence. All the changes in the stillness are caused by the vital essence. Eliminating all of these is equivalent to cutting off the vital essence from the body. Although with the deepening of Kung Fu, there are fewer distracting thoughts, but the yang qi in the primordial spirit becomes weaker and weaker. In the state, there is less activity, less yang qi and more yin qi. Taoism is different. Only by taming the will, the Dharma, and the 8 trigrams of the Book of Changes can one be skillfully manipulated. One can control the vital essence and calm the mind. True yang rises day by day without any distracting thoughts. Therefore, the Yellow Court scripture says, immortals and Taoists do not have gods. That is true. This was a little belittling of Buddhism and Taoism, but it was normal. Just like now, if he were to ask a senior monk, of course, he would say something different. Lu Xiaoyi asked again, why are there often mortals who can see the yin spirit of others? Identify ghosts. Is this an innate talent? Kucha snorted. This is just a function of the mind of many cultivators. They believe that the occasional absent-mindedness and hallucination is the birth of the yin spirit or yang spirit. It is childish and laughable. The yang spirit can reach 5 eyes and 6 senses. Everything can be seen through colored glass, and one can observe the 3 realms. If you look carefully, you will see that most of these people are not in good spirits, and their faces are gloomy. Their yang qi is insufficient, so it is easy to sense the presence of otherworldly items. It is not a divine ability or function, but a problem with the body. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Sparring with the old Daoist was a way to improve oneself. The truth was unclear, and the Tao was unclear. In the end, the correct answer was in the heart of every cultivator. When they argued, they did not expect the other party to completely agree with them. In fact, it was a way to express their view of the universe and their view of life. This kind of expression was very important to a newcomer. Even if you were to walk your own path, at the very least, you should have a reference, right? Kucha Daoist was very good at this. This was also the specialty of every non-combat cultivator. If one could not fight and did not know how to speak, then one really did not know what to cultivate. Chapter 1182. Lu Xiaoyi did not have to wait for too long. The core members of the diplomatic mission had returned quickly, which meant that he would soon embark on his journey. The 5 envoys from Carefree Travel met up. Chong Di was an Essence Soul Perfected Cultivator, Yu Pian was an Essence Soul Perfected Cultivator, Hua Yuan was a Nascent Soul Perfected Cultivator, Black Star, and Single Ear. Chong Di Jinjuan was a dashing Daoist. In fact, Carefree cultivators had always been famous in Ju Immortal for their outstanding temperament. Among the 5 of them, other than Lu Xiaoyi, whose temperament was somewhat out of place, the other 4 were all handsome men. They were like chickens that had crawled into a phoenix's nest. Going on a mission to the Heaven's Choice mission is of great importance. It may decide the future relationship between the Heaven's Choice continent and Juxian. We cannot underestimate it. Negotiation can be done with your mouth or your hands. In my world of cultivation, there are a lot of fallacies and heresy. There are countless people who are good at debating. You can never understand them by talking reason. In the world of cultivation, there is no other way to achieve your goal except to fight. Chong Di went straight to the point. To the outside world, we are a diplomatic mission, but this is only in name. The true nature of this mission is actually to show off our strength and fight. If we fight well, the negotiation will be successful. If we fight badly, there will be endless trouble. Because the Heaven's Choice continent will think that the upper realm of Juxian is a pushover. In the future, they will not take us seriously. When there is a conflict of interest, more people will think about fighting for it, and not about giving in. True monarch Yushan also spoke up. There is one point that you must understand. The Heaven's Choice continent leaving the negative space and entering the origin world is already an irresistible trend. No one can stop it because no one can set up defenses in the negative space's countless passageways. The path of cultivation is to let nature take its course. We need to travel in the negative space, so we can't let them not come out. This is helplessness, but also confidence. In the end, we have to fight to know who's the boss. It's better to fight early than late. Rather than a big fight in the future due to lack of understanding, it's better to have a small fight now. This is the motivation for this mission. Chong Di continued, if the Heaven's Choice continent wants to come out, they must have a place to go. Do you think it's possible for them to find a low-level cultivation world to live in or open up a desolate region to fight for territory with the void beasts? Their goal must be the main world's top-level cultivation world. Because they feel that this is the only place worthy of their strength. This request is rude, but it's undeniable. In the cultivation world of the universe, strength. If they are not capable, they can't. You continued, there are many top-level cultivation world. No one knows which world's choice continent to come out. Such a secret could not be revealed until the moment of the attack. In theory, the immortal Ju upper realm was also on the list of places the Heaven's chosen people wanted to go to when they left the origin world. Even if the possibility is very small, we have to treat it as a threat and make sufficient preparations. We can't be arrogant and think that we can stay out of it. Chong Di said, a realm war in the universe involves too many people, and the losses are too heavy. No one wants to go that far. In order to avoid future realm wars, we are going to the Heaven's Choice continent to tell them that Heaven's Choice continent is the #1 realm in the universe. Our strength is the foundation to make them give up on their fantasies. Therefore, we are going there to fight. Other than the fact that the Heaven's Choice continent can't rely on numbers, they can deploy any strong person on the continent to challenge us until one side collapses. This includes not only us Supremes, but also you Yuaniing. Other than the Sun God, which is a strategic force, we will face great pressure from the Heaven's Choice continent. You must be mentally prepared. Yu Qing's eyes were sharp. The universe is so big that we can't take care of it all. However, we don't want Juzian to become a place that the Heaven's Choice continent can touch. Even if we can't help the universe, we must at least protect ourselves. This is the purpose of our mission. Do you have any questions? Black Star asked, Martial Uncles, does every top-level realm of the origin world go to the Heaven's Choice continent to demonstrate their might? If that's the case, the Heaven's Choice continent will be quite lively these few years. Chong Di snorted. Not every origin world has the ability to demonstrate their might to the Heaven's Choice continent. Our Juzian is the first, and very likely the only one. Since they claim to be the number one realm in the universe, they must bear the responsibility of being the number one realm. If we don't go, who should? Hua Yuan also asked, since we are representing the origin world, don't we need to ally with other top-level realms? Yu Qing stared at him. We are not representing the origin world. We are only representing the Juzian realm. We don't have the obligation, nor do we have the strength to represent the entire origin world. Lu Xiaoyi said meekly from the side, actually, there are other ways. For example, trade, opening up the ports, marriage. Everyone can become a family, relatives, and live in harmony. The two true lords stared at him sternly, and Lu Xiaoyi obediently kept his mouth shut. Chong Di made the final decision. The 9 upper sects of Juzian will each send 5 people. This is the foundation of the battle. The 3 young soul cultivators, Qing Wei, Yuanxia, and Bitter Zen, will also be in charge. This will be the entirety of our diplomatic mission. As for how the Heaven's Choice continent will measure our strength, we still need to follow the host's wishes. We cannot know for sure. I don't care about the others, but our carefree travel orthodoxy will be participating this time. We must remember our mission and do everything we can. We can't be completely carefree like before, doing as we wish. We have been carefree for hundreds of thousands of years. This is the time to spread our orthodoxy. After Chong Di finished speaking, he deliberately stared at Lu Xiaoyi. He had just returned from the universe and didn't know much about the Yuaniing below. It was the same for Yu Ting. All the Yuaniing arrangements were made by Kucha. He only knew that this Yuaniing came from the sword vein, so his way of thinking might not be very compatible with the orthodox carefree travel orthodoxy. That was all. This was the last small meeting before leaving. The main thing was to correct their thinking and discipline. They hoped that they wouldn't lose face in the Heaven's Choice continent. It had been many years since the carefree travel orthodoxy's top cultivators went to battle. Actually, it was the same for the other upper sects. They had the ambition and confidence, but there were still many uncontrollable factors in the unknown Heaven's Choice continent. Yu Ting said seriously, the key is the ambition. It is the uncompromising spirit. You are used to fighting with others. If you can fight, then fight. If you can't, then leave. In the past, in the void of the universe, this is not wrong. But this time, it is different from the Heaven's Choice continent. Go all out, fight to the death. We will not admit defeat for you, and we will not allow you to admit defeat so easily. Just treat it as a battle of Tao defense. There is no way out. You have no way out, and we also have no way out. I will speak the truth. The key is to fight to the death. Give the Heaven's Choice continent an unyielding spirit. This is the most important thing. Let them know what kind of resistance they will receive if they offend our Juzian. Chapter 1183. A few days later, Xiao Yaoyu and the 3 Haogua sisters arrived outside Juzian. The 9 upper sects arrived one after another. More than 50 people rode on a large raft, broke through the anti-space barrier, and flew away. The direction was the anti-space beacon. He was already very familiar with this, but now was not the time to show it. There were too many great gods around, and his little movements could not be hidden from them. He understood what Chongdi and Yu Ting said. Not only did they mean it on the surface, but there was a deeper reason. The expansion of the Heaven's Choice continent would not be the overall choice of Heaven's Choice, but a part of it would definitely have this intention. Due to the size of Heaven's Choice, even a part of it would not be something a single realm could deal with in the main world. Therefore, every realm that was vigilant would be on guard against this. Especially the Juxian Upper Realm, because the Juxian Upper Realm was a large realm of the main world that was relatively close to Heaven's Choice. When a large army of the universe was marching, the distance would decide everything. Because marching itself was a kind of risk, and it could not achieve the suddenness of a strategy. This was actually the reason why Juxian was secretly targeting the fifth ring. When countless pieces of information slowly gathered, the truth would gradually surface under the influence of time. Even if he did not have evidence, he could roughly guess the truth. There was what he collected, what Qing Xian collected, and what he added in the end. Use your imagination. In the beginning, they were targeting the fifth ring because they received a request from a planet that had been plundered by the fifth ring. They wanted to slowly arrange and finally complete a large-scale joint revenge against the fifth ring. This was not just difficult, it involved too many things. The number of participating realms, the balance of power, the distribution of benefits, the compensation for losses, the arrangement of time, the amount of effort. These things could be balanced in a realm, but in the universe, it was an impossible task. There was no way to coordinate, no way to follow orders, and no one would come out. It would be fine if they did not set off, but once they set off, they would definitely be exposed. However, the Celestial of Ju was still happily playing a role in this. It was not that they hated the five rings, but they were using this to show the other factions and domains that had requested help that the Celestial of Ju had always been on the move. It was just that it was too complicated and difficult, so everyone just had to wait patiently. In fact, it was a method to consolidate one's position as the number one world in the universe by setting up enemies with five rings as their target. If they really waited, Juxian wouldn't be ready even in 1,000,000 or even 10 million years. This was the fundamental reason why the higher-ups of Juxian did not take Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian seriously when they came. This was because this was an operation that would never be activated. It was just to tease the realms below and make them feel that the Juxian upper realm still had the temperament of a leader, thus achieving the goal of commanding the realms. The change occurred after the collapse of the Great Tao was confirmed. Juxian's upper realm suddenly sensed its dangerous position. Among the attack sequences of the Heaven's Choice continent, Juxian actually fulfilled many of the conditions to be attacked. It was close enough, the surrounding universe's power was unstable, its domain was big enough, it had not experienced a large-scale cultivation war for tens of thousands of years, and so on. The first realm of the universe had a reputation, but whether or not it lived up to its name, after reaching the higher realms, no one would deceive themselves. Therefore, naturally, the best way to deal with this was to divert the trouble to someone else. Because there was a long period of unconscious preparation in the early stages, the best target to divert the disaster was, of course, a similarly large, top-notch cultivation planet that did not have the heaven and earth grand membrane, the fifth ring. It couldn't be more suitable. Therefore, in the negative space, at the location where the road signs were set up, the people of Juxian and the people of Heaven's Choice colluded. It was not that the people of Juxian had defy, but they needed to guide the people of Heaven's Choice to a stable negative space path, so that the people of Heaven's Choice would feel that the fifth ring was a very suitable target. This was a series of arrangements. However, the people of Juxian were cunning in that they did not want to carry out this conspiracy completely behind the backs of the fifth ring. They kept small spies like Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian so that they could send back information to the fifth ring at the right time. Because the best result was not for the people of Heaven's Choice to take over the fifth ring, nor for the people of the fifth ring to destroy the people of Heaven's Choice, but for both sides to suffer. This was the reason why Bai Mai had been unwilling to see him, because the time was not right. If he returned too early, it would be disadvantageous to the people of Heaven's Choice, and if he returned too late, it would be disadvantageous to the fifth ring, so they had to find the right time. Therefore, sending him to join the diplomatic mission now was to let him personally experience the attitude of the people of Heaven's choice towards the fifth ring. These things could not be persuaded by others, so he had to see it with his own eyes. Of course, the concern of the upper realm of Juzian was that until the war began, no one would know who the first target of the people of Heaven's choice would be. Therefore, their diplomatic mission to show their strength was to dispel the fantasies of the people of Heaven's choice, to let the people of Heaven's choice know that Juzian was not to be trifled with. They were strong, had a large number of people, had a strong will, had the heaven and earth chessboard, and was superior to the grand membrane. Most importantly, the upper realm of Juzian had already made preparations. Therefore, they should go to other places, such as the fifth ring. The summary of information for the past 400 years, including what he had found and experienced, and the information on the jade scroll from Qing Xian, all clearly pointed to this point. Qing Xian was very impressive. Even if they did not often inquire outside, they had reached the same conclusion from the Taishan mountain gate. This was the reason why he took the initiative to ask to find the way home for 300 years. Because for the two of them, they had already shown their cards. The possible attackers in the future would not be Juzian's unorganized forces, but more likely, it would be the counterattack of the people of Heaven's choice. For nearly 400 years, the clues had never been forgotten. This was a war between the two of them. So now, how to find the way home had become the focus, and this time, Qing Xian was in the lead. In this world of cultivation, there were no secrets in the large-scale mobilization of forces. Cultivators were not mortal soldiers, and they would not mechanically carry out orders from above, so there would always be some tricks up their sleeve. When he was in the Green Sky sect, he had also studied the war history of his Sword Mountain. The most famous one was the expedition to Sirius. It was a mighty and magnificent battle. Although they also used the negative space, in fact, in the end, it was still an open battle. They didn't manage to catch the enemy off guard. But he could not completely copy his past experience, because when the people of Zhuoju launched the expedition, they took along the way, and the news was bound to be exposed. If this was the action of the people of Heaven's choice, would they still take along the domains that had been plundered by the fifth ring? It was hard to say. Lu Xiaoyi was very pleased. After persisting for nearly 400 years in the upper world of Juzian, and with the help of the trend of the Great Path, he had finally figured out the intricate situation between the major forces. There might be some small changes, but Dafar's direction would not be wrong. There were two advantages to attacking the fifth ring. First, under the guidance of Juzian, they would not have to search, and there would be a chance of a surprise attack. Second, the fifth ring did not have the grand membrane of heaven and earth. Once the army approached, the entire domain would be almost impossible to defend. This was the price of arrogance. They always thought that they could attack first. But what if the opponent came from the negative space? Chapter 1184. P.S. Lara Lover is a new alliance for the swordsman. Thank you, friend. It's my honor to be able to reward the swordsman even after a year. After thinking through all of this, Lu Xiaoyi felt that his state of mind was much more relaxed. After hundreds of years of pressure and countless unexpected factors, he was very proud that he had finally grasped the pulse of the general trend. In the general trend, who was innocent? Who was kind? Who was evil beyond redemption? None. They were all a bunch of pitiful people struggling for survival. Were the people chosen by the heavens the bad guys? Not necessarily. They had lived honestly in the negative space for millions of years. Now that the building was about to collapse, they were not allowed to come out for a breather. Juzian's upper realm was a conspiracy. It was just self-defense. What was wrong with protecting one's home from the invasion of foreign enemies? It was just a two-pronged plan. One was to strengthen the defense of the domain, and the other was to divert the disaster. For some reason, Juzian's upper realm had never had the thought of invading the fifth ring. Were the fifth ring the victims? No, they were still bandits. They were very aggressive. In the universe, the strongest was not just Juzian's fifth ring, right? Why did they target the fifth ring? Because they were too strong and had committed too many sins. He did not care whether Qing Xian could find the way home or not, because after a long conversation with Uncle Master Mi, he knew very well that if he wanted to pose a threat to the fifth ring, he would have to pay a huge price. He believed that his fellow disciples who had been fighting all their lives, to them, and perhaps to the entire fifth ring, it was just a slightly bigger challenge. From the beginning to the end, he had not heard any news about the general trend of the fifth ring. It was because there was no news that he was even less worried about his sect. If those fifth ring people who were sensitive to battle were still dozing off before the battle began, then there was no doubt that they had dug a hole and were ready to bury someone. Nothing to worry about, that was how he saw it all. This was his first time sitting on a large and luxurious raft. There were no familiar faces. Qing Xian looked for the way, and Rabbit Lip was in seclusion to consolidate. Both of them had just become perfected lords and did not have much of a presence in the Yin Master perfected lord level. This diplomatic mission was to test their strength, not to train the newcomers. What surprised him was that the slug wasn't among them. Logically speaking, with the slug's strength, he was a top-notch existence among the nascent soul cultivators in Qingwei, so he wouldn't hide such a big event where elites were sent from all sides. After asking around, he found out that Slug had never returned to Mount Qingwei. His whereabouts were unknown. The only good news was that his soul lamp. Who knew who would fall behind in the end? The raft sped along. The atmosphere on the raft was harmonious and relaxed. These were the true elites of the 9 upper sects of Zhuxian. They were not mere weaklings. In order to leave a deep impression on the Heaven's Choice mainland, only the top experts were allowed to enter. They no longer hid anything. Among these people, Lu Xiaoyi's fame was nothing. Other than him, the other 26 Yuanying were all at the peak of the late stage. They were full of energy, and their gazes were deep. Everyone's temperament spontaneously arose. The 3 sisters were like fish in water. They were very popular among the Yuanying. However, it was hard to say whether this was true or not. How could anyone with such strength be simple? Each of them was scheming and had their own opinions. Who was lacking in women? Lu Xiaoyi didn't think about anything. He just quietly looked out of the window, enjoying the beauty of being free. From the moment he formed his gold core, the doubts that had been surrounding his heart were finally resolved. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Of course, there were still many details, such as the problem of fate and the problem of the path. These were all minor details. He would slowly find out. There was no need to rush. When he was in a good mood, he wanted to drink a cup. Just as he took out his wine pot, a slender hand passed him 2 jade cups. Unknowingly, Fei Yu came to his side and sat down cross-legged. Junior Shan is in such a good mood. Why don't I drink with you? Lu Xiaoyi turned around. In his line of sight, the woman's features were picturesque, quiet and serene. Senior Shan, why are you unhappy? Do you want to drink to drown your sorrows like me? Fei Yu sighed. Everyone's unhappiness is actually the same. The future is uncertain, and life and death are unpredictable. What can we do about the matters of cultivation? Lu Xiaoyi raised his cup. Senior Shan, there's a hidden meaning in your words. Those who understand will always have a harder life. However, it's your own choice. You can't blame anyone. Fei Yu drank her cup in one gulp. Do you blame us? We deliberately wanted to drag you to the Heaven's Choice sect just to settle an old grudge. Lu Xiaoyi laughed involuntarily. Why would I blame you? I'm going to the Heaven's Choice sect for 3 reasons. First, it's my own needs. Second, it's forced by the general trend. Third, it's my responsibility to the sect. It has nothing to do with you. You don't think that I'm sent out because you're secretly working hard for the carefree travel, right? I'll tell you the truth. Even if there's only 1 Yuanying in the entire Zhuxian upper realm, it's still me and not others. This has nothing to do with strength. Fei Yu was surprised. Then what does it have to do with? Lu Xiaoyi bluntly refused. That's another story. Let's not talk about it. Fei Yu smiled faintly. The purpose of my visit is to bring our relationship closer. When we reach the Heaven's Choice sect, if our relationship can reach a new level, I can invite you out to meet some of my less friendly friend. I personally don't like to do this, but my sisters are very insistent. Rather than letting them do it and end up in a bad situation, it's better for me to do it. It'll be more honest. Lu Xiaoyi stared at her and sighed. On the path of cultivation, one has no choice. I've always thought that since I've chosen this path, I shouldn't care too much about gains and losses. The so-called enmity, in the cultivation world, how many real enmities are there? I'm in Juzian, and you're in the Heaven's Choice sect. It's all about survival. If you can win, then fight. If you can't win, then end it. It's too common. I've killed countless people in my life, but I've never regretted it. It's not that I'm hard-hearted, but I know that sooner or later, I'll end up the same way. It's just a matter of time. Out of hundreds of millions of cultivators, how many can achieve eternal life? It's just a matter of time, so why should I blame the heavens and accuse others? If I have the time, I should sharpen my sword a little faster, study my techniques a little more thoroughly, and persevere for a little longer. Humans, it's better to live a simple life. If you think too much, it won't help you and will only cause trouble. Fei Yu felt the same way. Senior brother has killed many people, but I don't know who killed him in the future. It's all the same. You're right. Cherishing the present is cultivation. The two raised their cups in respect. Fei Yu looked at those Yuanying and sighed. They all know that they might not be able to come back this time. I think they don't care. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Of course they know. But there are some things that must be done. It's for the well-being of more people. Juzian is like this, but isn't it the same for you Heaven's Choice sect? Under the collision of domains, what method do we, the so-called chess pieces, have to escape? Chapter 1185. Can you talk to me about you? You're an orthodox Daoist, but your sword skills are unparalleled, and your attacks are strange. I don't even know how you managed to cultivate such strength. Crimson Moon was very curious. Lu Xiaoyi played it down. This is the growth process of a rogue cultivator. There's no other reason, I'm familiar with it. Crimson Moon sighed in admiration. Those who can survive are elites. I rarely hear about you in Xiaoyao Mountain. It seems that you're not used to being an orthodox Daoist. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hide it. Swordsman and Daoist can never pee into the same pot. This is nature. Crimson Moon looked at him. But you're willing to contribute to Taoism? Lu Xiaoyi corrected her. Not only Taoism. In the upper realm of Juzian, there are 3,000 heterodox sect. That includes my original sword sect. Just like you, who are you risking your life for? Is it just for the good country? Or for the whole continent? Crimson Moon thought for a while. I can't say for sure. It's for those who have lived on the Heaven's Choice continent for generations, right? They have the right to come out, and you have the right to protect your home. Lu Xiaoyi admired her straightforwardness. If she kept beating around the bush, he would have stopped drinking. So we're here to tell you that Juzian can't be bullied. Even if you have to pay a huge price. Crimson Moon said faintly, and Heaven's Choice will also send the most elite experts to comprehensively weigh the gap between our fighting ability and that of the main world's cultivators, and then decide our next step. So you don't need to trick me, because this kind of decisive issue will never reach our ears. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. She was a very smart woman. In fact, by now, the sharper cultivators had already realized something. The direction was about to be decided. Both of them tried their best to avoid mentioning anything deeper. The two camps would live in harmony for most of the time in the long river of cultivation, but in the current turbulent times, it was inevitable that they would go against each other. They couldn't reconcile. A year later, the large ferry arrived at the destination of Heaven's Choice, but they didn't see the Heaven's Choice continent as they imagined. The raft adjusted itself once more and began to jump once more. However, this time, it wasn't jumping to the main world. Instead, it was another strange feeling. There was no warp tunnel. There was no such thing as up, down, left, or right in the universe. The only direction seemed to be front and back, in the direction you were facing. But this time, he had a strange feeling. He was flying upwards. No matter what his posture was, even if he was upside down or horizontal, no matter how he stood in the void, it was as if he was flying above his head. It was very magical. He wasn't the only one who felt this way. All the other Yuanying felt the same way, including those true monarchs who had never been to the Heaven's Choice Continent. This is the Heaven's Choice Continent's spatial force field. Because the Heaven's Choice Continent was too large, under the effect of its force field, the surrounding space was slightly distorted. To the cultivators, it was as if they were constantly flying upward. Actually, we are just flying towards the Heaven's Choice Continent. What you feel is the feedback from the force field. Qing Wei Yang Celestial Immortal left a sun to dispel everyone's doubt. Fei Yu was very used to it. The Heaven's Choice Continent's force field will probably take another 1 or 2 years. Originally, when the rules of the Heavenly Tao were complete, it was very difficult for other cultivators to freely enter and exit the force field unless they were half immortals. But after the collapse of morality, the force field here has also weakened. As the Great Tao collapsed, even Yuanying like us can barely enter and exit it. Lu Xiaoyi nodded, but said to the leader, Xian Liuzi, martial ancestor, "Can we little cultivators come out of the ferry and fly together for a while?" As soon as his voice fell, it was immediately met with the agreement of the other Yuanying. They were all good fighters, and being familiar with the environment was a deep instinct in their hearts. When they arrived at an unfamiliar place, who wouldn't want to go out and experience it? To put it bluntly, if they were to run away in the future, in this kind of gravitational field, having experience and not having experience were two different things. How could there be a large ferry to pick them up every time? The protection of a true monarch senior? The 3 young god true monarchs also understood the feelings of the cultivators below. They simply kept the ferry and flew over for the rest of the journey. Lu Xiaoyi mixed in with the crowd of cultivators, silently experiencing the Heaven's Choice gravitational field, and at the same time, operating the Tao realm to test it out. He could feel that the power of the stars was still there, and the power of the other Tao realm also increased and decreased. At this time, Daoist Chong Di came to the side of a few wandering cultivators and explained. In the Heaven's Choice Continent, the power of the Tao realm is slightly different from the main world. In general, because it's the Tao field of the Great Tao of the Four Greats, in theory, what you learned in the main world is slightly suppressed. However, the Great Tao collapsed, and 6 of the innate Tao tablets in the Heaven's Choice Continent collapsed. Morality, destiny, merit, void, massacre, and impermanence. If you're good at these 6 great Taos, then congratulations, in these 6 Tao realms, you're no different from the Heaven's Choice cultivators. Is it the same for the Heaven's Choice cultivators when they go to the main world? Chong Di nodded. Yes. They'll also be slightly suppressed when they go to the main world, but in terms of the collapsed Great Tao, everyone is standing on the same level. In Daoist terms, if one had to accurately measure it, it would be less than 1/2 of the total. In a battle, this kind of influence was not enough to determine victory or defeat. After flying in the Heaven's Choice gravitational field for a 1.5 years, a dot of light appeared in front of them. This was not a simple light, nor was it the light of the concept of space. No matter where one was facing, this dot of light would always be above one's head. This could only mean one thing: this dot of light actually existed in one's heart. The dot of light was getting closer and closer. It was so attractive, as if there was a brand new world inside. It was so beautiful that it made one yearn for it. As they flew towards the dot of light, Xian Liu's divine sense sounded in everyone's mind. At the end of the primordial era, there were 4 human cultivators who achieved greatness. They felt that the universe was chaotic, the rules were changing, and all the races were unable to follow them. Thus, they transformed into Tao and established order for the universe, rules for heaven and earth, and reincarnation for the common people. The first person who transformed into Tao was Hong Meng. He transformed into the Tao of nature, which was also the foundation of Tao. The second person who transformed into Tao was Hong Huang. He transformed into the Tao of cultivation, an extension of Tao. The third person who transformed into Tao was Hong Ming. He transformed into the Tao of reincarnation, the cycle of Tao. Originally, the tripartite balance of power, the great Tao was stable, and the foundation was established. However, at the end of the primordial era, the fourth Daoist also transformed into Tao. His appearance broke the balance of the rules and order of the universe. Thus, the primordial era ended, and the primordial era began. A new chapter of the universe's cultivation began. This person was Hong Maro. Chapter 1186. Everyone entered the light one by one as if they were welcoming the light. In the next moment, a vast sea of clouds appeared before the eyes of the cultivators. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was completely different from when they were looking at their own domain from the void. At that time, they could at least see the curvature of the sky, but now, the clouds were as flat as a mirror. This only proved one thing. Heaven's choice was so big that even at their current height, they still couldn't see the curvature. Everyone, come up. Next is the atmosphere of the realm. There's nothing special about it, just 1,000,000 feet thick. Everyone returned to the raft. There was no need for them to do so. But as a diplomatic team, it was more respectful to appear as a whole and not as a scattered group. The raft flew through the clouds. At some point in time, there were already a dozen true monarchs on both sides of the raft. They should be here to welcome them, right? After all, for a diplomatic mission of this scale, both sides had already discussed it beforehand. Otherwise, it would be strange if they weren't treated as invaders. 1,000,000 feet thick atmosphere was indeed terrifying. This meant that cultivators' divine sense couldn't detect the land at all. If they fought here, it would be a completely different scene compared to the void. They kept descending. After a while, they could vaguely feel the outline of the land. They were already at a low altitude of about 1,000,000 feet. Although they could feel the land, due to the limited height, the land was still like a mirror in their divine sense. They couldn't see the sky at all. Under the guidance of true monarch Tianzi, the raft arrived at a huge valley. There were no jade pavilions or celestial mansions. In fact, there wasn't even an ordinary building. There were only ruins scattered in the middle of the valley. Daoist Chongdi explained to Xiaoyaro and the other disciples, in this Heaven's Choice continent, forces aren't differentiated by sects. Their method is to establish different countries according to the nature of the Tao tablets. There may be many orthodoxies in this country, but there's one thing they're all proficient in: the Tao tablets erected in the country. One tablet for a country, one tablet for a country. This is the characteristic of Heaven's Choice. There are 36 innate Taos, which means that there are 36 powerful countries. Each of them is as vast as our Juzian's 9 great divine mountains. The remaining 10,000 innate Tao tablets are the foundations of the small countries. The 3 women in our group are cultivators from a good country. They belong to a small country, and their foundation is the post-celestial Great Tao, the Red Dawn Tao. Hua Yuan was deep in thought. With such a country's nature, does it mean that there is no annexation? Because the Great Tao tablet was the foundation. Marshal Uncle, I heard that the flow of heavenly chosen cultivators is much more frequent than in the origin world. In other words, their loyalty to the country is limited. Chong Di nodded. That's right. The so-called loyalty of the cultivators here was only in the Tao realm. In reality, what they were loyal to was the Tao tablet, not the country. Since it was impossible for a cultivator to comprehend only one Tao realm in their lifetime, when they had a new goal, they would go to other countries to pursue the Tao realm they desire. This is the main reason for their frequent movement. Blackstar was curious. Then, what about those half-immortals? Was he also without a fixed residence? Fickle. Chong Di shook her head. Half-immortals don't know. Because they were in the early stages of Tao unification, their Tao realm was relatively fixed. Thus, in the 36 pre-celestial countries, the half-immortals were the most stable. Of course, it didn't matter now. The half-immortals had left, and this place had become the world of the true monarchs. However, the essence was still the same. Thus, The cultivators here didn't have a mountain gate that they had to protect. Such a thing didn't exist, and the Great Tao Tablet didn't need to be protected. Hua Yuan sighed. That's right. Now, even if they wanted to protect it, they couldn't. The sky is collapsing, how could they maintain it? Lu Xiaoyi pointed to the ruins. Then, since they didn't pay attention to the mountain gate's layout, this place should be where the Great Tao Tablet collapsed. I wonder which Great Tao Tablet collapsed here? Chong Di sighed. It's the impermanence innate Great Tao Tablet. It's also the Great Tao that collapsed recently. This is the turbulent country, and the foundation of the country was the impermanence Great Tao. However, I don't know what the situation is in the cultivation world of this country. Blackstar asked. 10,000 countries, and only 6 of their foundations collapsed. That doesn't seem to be too much. Why do the people here want to go to the origin world so wholeheartedly? Chong Di snorted. It's not just 6 tablets. The innate Great Tao collapsed 6 tablets, but there are many postnatal Great Tao tablets that were derived from these 6 innate Great Taos. Because their foundations aren't there, how can they survive alone? Thus, in reality, in the Heaven's Choice continent, almost 2,000 innate and postnatal Great Tao tablets have collapsed. This is already a lot, and it's enough to cause a serious psychological impact to the entire cultivation world of the Heaven's Choice continent. The reception of the Heaven's Choice continent's cultivation world exceeded the basic understanding of the origin world's cultivators. It wasn't a mountain gate, nor was it an important place. There were no welcoming crowds of cultivators, big or small. It was a desolate wilderness, as if no one cared. However, everyone knew that this was just a facade. The Juxian Upper Realm placed great importance on this diplomatic mission. Similarly, the Heaven's Choice continent wouldn't treat it half-heartedly. It was just that here, the inheritance of the orthodoxy wasn't as ceremonial as in the origin world. Just like when Lu Xiaoyi went to the 10,000 Buddhas festival to participate in the Yulan Hungry Ghost Festival, that really exaggerated the grandeur of a large sect to the extreme. These two methods each had their own merits, and they couldn't be said to be good or bad. They were just the products of their respective histories and environments, so there was no need to examine them in detail. The ferry landed in the valley, and the cultivators on the ferry filed off. Xian Liuzi warned, "Don't leave this place casually. You have to remember that we're using the banner of a diplomatic mission, but in reality, we're using force to intimidate people. Here, the people of Heaven's Choice won't dare to act recklessly. They'll win with numbers and secretly play tricks. They can only compete openly. However, if you leave this valley and go far away, you also know how great Heaven's Choice is. If someone really wants to target you, not to mention us 3 young gods, even 30 of us won't be able to take care of you. For the sake of Juxian, you should also restrain yourselves. When this matter is over and we've reached a tacit understanding, then we'll talk about traveling." Everyone knew that they had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. This was something that the sect had repeatedly warned them about before they came. If they went outside, it would be equivalent to having their own responsibilities carried by others. To put it nicely, this was undisciplined. To put it bluntly, it was irresponsible. Other than the 3 young god palm masters who didn't need to participate, there were a total of 18 supremes and 27 yuanying. It sounded like a lot, but in a place like the Heaven's Choice continent, there were thousands of supremes and tens of thousands of yuanying. There was no comparison in terms of numbers. Every combat power was precious. Of course, the specific regulations hadn't been released yet. They still needed to see the scale of the reception. The big show was still early and needed to be brewed. Chapter 1187. Fifth Ring, Dome. It was the beginning of a new day. The red sun gushed out and the sunlight shone on the earth. The fantasy of the snowy mountain was particularly eye-catching in the early morning. People would never get tired of looking at it. After the morning lesson, the dome quickly regained its vitality. The number of sword traces in the sky suddenly increased, whistling back and forth. It was full of vitality. Reverend Yang Quan looked enviously at the increasingly arrogant sword lights in the sky. He sighed, turned around silently, and began his daily chores. He had been doing these daily chores for dozens of years, and he would continue to do them until he died. His job was in the Sword Soul Hall. There were tens of thousands of soul lamps in the dome. It needed someone to take care of it every day. Of course, he was not the only one. There was another reverend who accompanied him. However, the reverend was a little old and the family's internal affairs were more troublesome recently. Therefore, he was more responsible. Yang Quan used to be a cultivator with a little potential. He used the heavenly Tao to open a path. He worked hard and took advantage of the heavenly Tao to ascend to the Yuanying level. Unfortunately, for swordsman, he did not rely on his strength to ascend to the dome. He could not change the way swordsmen did things in the outside world. The consequence of being free and easy with the sword was that his foundation was damaged. Being assigned such a leisurely job could be considered as spending his old age in peace. There was nothing to complain about. He could live a few hundred more years and he was very open-minded. In the Sword Soul Hall, cleaning was not a problem. More importantly, he had to be aware of the situation in the Sword Soul Hall. He had to report the situation to the various halls at any time. For example, the external sword disciples had to report to the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion. The internal sword disciples had to report to the Chaotic Thunder Hall. The situation of cultivators above the Yuanying level had to be reported as soon as possible. Then, he had to wait for the higher-ups to investigate the situation before making a decision. However, this had nothing to do with him. This was not only for work, but also for personal matters. Some cultivators went out for adventures and important missions and did not return for a long time. Their close friends would use their connections to come to the Sword Soul Hall in order to be the first to know the news of their friends. They might not really be able to do anything, but purely for peace of mind. Swordsmen were still very dangerous outside, especially those Yuanying Zhenren who could explore the universe. He had a lot of such favors. They were either acquaintances, friends, or fellow disciples. Therefore, in the dome, although the Sword Soul Hall didn't have much wealth, they had a lot of connections. Who didn't have a few friends outside of the dome realm? Who didn't have friends and relatives to send them to? All of this required the first news from Soul Hall. The dome swordsman's dilemma was that he had to maintain a good relationship with Reverend Yang Quan of the Soul Hall, yet he would rather never hear any news about him. Daoist Master Yang Quan carried out his own management step by step. In the past few months, the Sword Soul Hall could be considered peaceful. It was inevitable that Jin Dan, a Foundation establishment cultivator, would have an accident every day. This was also a normal pace. However, the major repairs were fine. There was no bad news. While he was working, he suddenly felt something strange in the depths of the Soul Hall. That was where the soul lamps of the great cultivators gathered. His heart sank. In a flash, he had already arrived at the Soul Hall. There were nearly 1,000 soul lamps neatly arranged, burning with brilliance. However, one of them was completely extinguished. There was no vitality. He hurriedly identified it. Under the lamp was a very familiar name, Cigarette Butt. He wasn't familiar with this person. They hadn't even met once. However, during his time as a Foundation establishment cultivator, this person was the brightest pearl in the dome. He was a person that all swordsmen in the same realm had to look up to, not only the outer sword, but also the inner sword. He had beaten Xuanyuan's inner and outer swords and swept through the 5 Rings Foundation establishment cultivators' rankings. He was truly a genius that appeared once in 1,000 years. His appearance provided the lifeless outer sword lineage with too many reasons to be proud. Later, not long after this person formed the Jindan, he didn't stay in the 5 Rings to shine. It seemed that he was sent to Blue Sky. After that, he didn't know. To say something shameful, he didn't have the qualifications to know such a leading figure at that time. The reason why he paid attention was because of a request from an inner sword reverend, Yang Bo. He owed this reverend a favor. He sighed inwardly. No matter how outstanding one was, who could truly escape death? Relatively speaking, it was already quite good that he was able to stay in this crippled state to guard the Soul Hall. He shook his hand to send out a sword message. Was Yang Bo at the mountain gate? In less than half an hour, a sharp aura rushed towards the Soul Hall. It was a bit rude, but Yang Quan understood. The loss of a close friend was a heavy blow to every cultivator's heart. The higher the realm, the more so. Close friends were hard to come by. Everyone shared the same heart. He could understand, so he didn't say anything even if it was a bit presumptuous. However, the one who rushed in wasn't Yang Bo, but a female swordsman who was as cold as a fairy. Yang Quan was even more familiar with her. Who didn't know of the ice sword deity's beautiful name as an outer sword lineage? She was quite famous in the Dome Peak and even in the Five Rings Yuanying group. Although he didn't know the inside story, he still conscientiously fulfilled his duty. He didn't speak any nonsense because there was no need for superfluous words in this kind of situation. Senior sister, over here. Yang Quan led the way to the soul lamp that had just been extinguished. Smokey stared fixedly at the soul lamp, countless images flashing through her mind. That bouncy, sunny, nonchalant, and wretched figure flashed back and forth. She had once thought that if they had to compare who would go the longest among them, it would definitely be this nonchalant fellow. But now? Was it extinguished just now? Just now. I immediately sent out a message. Senior sister, did this happen during a mission? I haven't seen him in the Dome Peak for many years. Yang Cheng shook her head. It's been 500 years. Who knows what mission he's on? Her expression was normal, but the more she was like this, the more Yang Quan knew that something was wrong. Cultivators were deep and reserved. He had seen this kind of situation many times and already knew how to comfort her. Senior sister, in the universe, there are too many factors that affect soul lamps. For Foundation Establishment Jindan, once their soul lamp is extinguished, it's very difficult to reignite it. But it's different for Yuanying perfected cultivators. With my experience of guarding the Soul Hall for 100 years, there's a 10% to 20% chance that their soul lamp will reignite at some point in the future. This is also the reason why the Soul Hall continues to keep perfected cultivators' soul lamps for hundreds of years. Therefore, everything is still unknown. Everything is possible. Yang Cheng was very calm. Thank you. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. I believe that a pest like him wouldn't leave quietly like this. How could it be possible without making some noise? After leaving the Soul Hall, Yang Cheng's mood wasn't as indifferent as her appearance. As a rational person, she of course understood the meaning of Yang Quan's words. In fact, it was very biased. If a perfected cultivator's soul lamp was extinguished, it was worth looking forward to reigniting it. However, the possibility of this happening to Yuanying cultivators was very small. She was very clear that the probability of these two levels was mixed together to comfort her. What exactly happened? She didn't know either, but she decided to make a trip to Qingkong. First, she wanted to try to become a monarch in her hometown. Second, she wanted to find the reason why this guy disappeared for 400 years. If it was the will of the heavens, she couldn't do anything. If it was man-made, there had to be an end. Chapter 1188. Smoky Puppet went straight to the Sword Aura Rushing Heaven Pavilion. She planned to do this by herself, and she couldn't wait for Yang Bo to come back. Also, it wasn't good to trouble too many people with this kind of personal matter. Recently, there seemed to be a big movement in the fifth ring. Something was brewing, and it wasn't peaceful. Go to Blue Sky? Why? True Lord Rui frowned. There were too many things to do, and he hadn't seen the daily report from the Soul Hall. Smoky Puppet was very natural. Martial Uncle, you know that I'm from Blue Sky. Now that I've accumulated enough, I want to break through, but there's something bothering me. I can't calm down. Junior brother Cigarette Butt's soul lamp extinguished this morning. The last news I know of him was from the Blue Sky Mountain 500 years ago. Since then, there's no more news. I want to go and take a look. True Lord Rui raised his eyebrows. Cigarette Butt. I remember him. Back then, he caused a lot of trouble at the dome. Did he go overboard? Sword Aura Rushing Heaven's Yuanying is unreliable. Since he became a nascent soul, He hasn't returned to the mountain even once, and there's no news at all. Ian, you can go and take a look, but don't worry. It's been 500 years, and many things can't be traced back. There will be some big movements in the fifth ring recently, and they need people. No matter what you can find in blue sky, you have to pay attention to the dome's conscription order. Listen to me at any time. Smoky Puppet nodded. Marshal Uncle, is it a joint operation in the fifth ring? Or is it the usual interstellar communication? True Lord Rui shook his head. These things were originally the sect's secrets, and it wasn't good to say too much. However, for a strong Yuaniing like Smoky Puppet, it wasn't good to keep it a secret. It's not an ordinary hunting, but a targeted elimination. The Great Tao has collapsed, and there will always be people who forget the pain after the scar has healed. We need to remind them, otherwise, they won't know how to restrain themselves and will be restless. This is a very big operation, and there are many targets. Therefore, the people are a little stretch. Smoky Puppet understood. Will it be fast? True Lord Rui smiled. How can such a big operation be fast? Do you think that those Dharma veins can move at any time like our sword vein? There will be news within 100 years, so it won't delay your business. Also, let me say something. That cigarette but is not a sign of premature death. Don't worry too much. The future of the universe will change, and there will be more and more strange things. What we need to do is to stay calm and not be blinded by momentary hatred. Smokey left silently. Everyone was trying to persuade her, but it made her worried instead. Even if she was actually thinking the same thing, all he wanted was a peace of mind. All these years, she had been preparing to become a monarch. Somehow, she always felt that something was wrong, as if she had forgotten something very important, so she had not done anything. It was only now that she understood what she was worried about deep down in her soul. She might miss out on Xuanyuan's big operation, but she couldn't miss out on her own feelings. Qing Kong, she set sail from there, and now she was going to start from there again. It was also a cycle. She left a jade slip for Yang Bo, explaining her intentions in detail. She emphasized that she could handle this matter alone and that there was no need to make a big fuss about it. Even if more people came, it would be useless. Everything was ready, and she boarded the ferry to Qing Kong. Her mood slowly calmed down. 400 years. What kind of mission would require 400 years? Based on her understanding of that guy, this couldn't be a mission from the sect. It was more likely that he took matters into his own hands. Then, he got stuck somewhere and couldn't come back. It must be like this. Lu Xiaoyi stayed in Echo Valley with the cultivators of Juzian, witnessing the vigorous tide of Heaven's Choice Masters. There didn't seem to be any organization. A large number of cultivators flocked over. Yuaniing, perfected monarchs. Fortunately, Jin Dan didn't reach foundation establishment. Otherwise, even with the size of Echo Valley, it wouldn't be able to handle the crowd of the entire continent. In just a short month, the number of cultivators in Echo Valley increased explosively. Tens of thousands of cultivators swarmed in. Many of them were here to watch the fun. Of course, there were also some who truly wanted to compete with the cultivators of the origin world. No one could tell for sure. Not every Heaven's Choice cultivator is willing to leave the Heaven's Choice continent. There are those who wholeheartedly want to leave, and there are those who have firm beliefs and are prepared to defend their homeland. This is a clash of ideals. No one is right or wrong. Most of them are those who can't make up their minds and are following the crowd. We want to influence these hesitant cultivators and let them see the ability of the cultivators of the origin world. We want to show them the strength of the Juzian upper realm. A successful diplomatic mission can cause many Heaven's Choice cultivators to give up on the idea of going to the origin world. This is the meaning of our arrival. Even if we can influence 10% or 20% of them, considering the sheer number of Heaven's Choice cultivators, it's still a shocking number. Who are Yuan's side? It's impossible to have more Heaven's Choice cultivators than the origin world. There's no comparison. But the problem is that they are more concentrated. On a single continent, they could come and fight whenever they were summoned. Even if it's just a small part of their strength, It's still unbearable for any origin world. Black Star licked his lips. 45 against tens of thousands, or even more. Just thinking about it makes me excited. It's a war of attrition. Sooner or later, you'll be worn down to death. They're all experienced fighters and know what this means. The so-called tag team battle doesn't mean that the Heaven's Choice cultivators will come one by one to bully you. They're not that weak, and they won't be so shameless in front of everyone. They're all major cultivators, so this kind of victory is meaningless. The tag team battle that Black Star was talking about was the way to fight, the foundation, and the trump card. In a battle between cultivators, 30% relied on strength, 30% relied on knowing the enemy, and 30% relied on decisiveness when facing the enemy. If they were in the same realm, it would be very difficult to crush them with strength. Everyone was Yuaniing, so who would dare to say that they could crush everyone? Knowing the enemy was very important. Knowing the opponent's trump cards, methods, habits, and specialties was the beginning of victory. When cultivators suddenly met, many times, they would be destroyed because they didn't understand the enemy. But if you fought 1, 3, or even 8, then what secret trump cards would you have? The opponents who came up later were all targeted. Only those who were confident would come up. No matter how strong a person was, their trump cards were limited. This was the meaning of tag team battle that Black Star was talking about. When everything was clearly seen by the opponent, your tactical choices would be infinitely limited and limited. In the end, you could only rely on gambling to continue your victory. There was no such thing as eternal luck in the world. Lu Xiaoyi said softly, "It can't be an endless challenge, right? There's always a limit. The sun god ancestors can't tolerate such a tag team battle. That would lose the meaning of being a diplomatic mission. They have to be shameless, right?" Daoist Yushan nodded. Exactly. The 3 sun god senior brothers are talking to them about this. There's no hurry, take it slow. Lu Xiaoyi laughed in his heart. This was something that couldn't be discussed. It was probably just a game between the two sides. Since they were a diplomatic mission in name and had agreed to Zhuxian's mission in principle, they had to do enough to save face. Finally, it would be a small and silent competition, even if the two sides actually valued the last one the most. Chapter 1189. The sky was blue, and the grass was green, but the people of Zhuxian were somewhat aggrieved on this diplomatic trip. They had no freedom, and there was nothing they could do. As they waited, more and more cultivators of Heaven's Choice gathered. It wasn't until there were 30,000 to 40,000 Yuaniing Supremes in Echo Valley that the number of cultivators slowly stabilized. This took half a year, which was also the approximate time it took for the people of Heaven's Choice to rush over after hearing the news. In other words, after half a year of arguing, the young gods were finally almost done. They began the tedious ceremony. In this regard, the people of Heaven's Choice were no less inferior to the people of the origin world. In terms of etiquette, although the architecture was lackluster, the reception of personnel was indeed very imposing. The scene of tens of thousands of people undergoing major repairs was simply unimaginable in the origin world. Of course, the introduction of the hosts of both sides was limited to the young god supremes. There were only 3 of them on Zhuxian's side, and there were more than 30 on Heaven's Choice's side. Presumably, the countries they represented were countries that intended to go to the origin world. Heaven's Choice was too big, and there were too many countries. Even the people of Heaven's Choice themselves couldn't figure out the ideological tendencies and cultivation concepts among them, let alone outsiders like Zhuxian. This was under the condition that many people hadn't come yet, or were secretly watching. Next was the never-changing theme of the cultivators' meeting. The preaching of the Tao and the acting of methods were all done by the young god supremes. No one else was qualified. It had to be said that it was very shocking and ingenious. At least, it was like this for all the Yuaniing cultivators, including Lu Xiaoyi. At this time, only fools would think about the possible battles in the future. Smart people wouldn't let go of any opportunity to learn, especially in this kind of situation. No one would use things they weren't familiar with to fool others. Everyone did their best and didn't dare to hide anything. This was also a competition between the young god supremes, and it was a battle of words. They couldn't personally participate, because they were now at the highest level of the cultivation world in the universe. If they started a fire, there would be no way to clean it up. This dragged on for a few more months. Fortunately, everyone here was at least at the Yuanying level, so they were all able to sit still. With the Tao demonstration method, they wouldn't feel bored. From the point of view of the deduction method, the young god of heaven's selection was definitely more colorful because they had more people. However, the three young gods of the main world were also very powerful. They were all from the most powerful sects in Juzian. There were no weaklings among them. Once they displayed their methods, they had their own aura, which was not inferior to the heaven's selection at all. Just as the Yuanying girls were mesmerized by the scene, the Chongdi Daoist transmitted his divine sense to them. The final friendly competition has been decided. Let's not engage in a group battle first. Let's just fight one-on-one and rely on our individual strength. This was the main point. It was precisely because the future domain war would definitely be a team battle that it was impossible for them to show off their teamwork. They thought that they would have an advantage in the future, so that they could remain calm. A one-on-one battle was the most primitive and direct method, and it was also the best way to measure the strength of both sides. 45 against tens of thousands. What are the rules? Blackstar was very interested because he could not think of a way to solve the problem of the huge disparity in numbers between the two sides. Most of the people watching the Heaven's selection were not organized, which meant that it was impossible to defeat a single person and subdue all of them. There would always be people who were unhappy, and there would always be people who thought highly of themselves. The Chongdi Daoist side. After all the discussion, there's actually no good way. In the end, the young god senior brothers still felt that it was best to use benefits to move people. Not only could it raise the bar, but it could also dissuade the endless meaningless challenges. The principle is that each side will take turns to have one person go on stage and propose their own bet. Those who are willing to bet will place their bets, and the winner will take all. One round after another, until no one from one side can go on stage. Blackstar smiled. What you mean is, for example, if it's my turn to go on stage and I place a bet of 100 purple, the person on the other side will also have to place a bet of 100 purple to be my opponent. The reverse is also the same. Yu Chuan smiled. Exactly. Hua Yuan also asked, what do you mean until no one from one side can go on stage? The Heaven's selection will definitely not consider this problem. There are only 45 of us. Will we all be killed? Will we be beaten down? Or will we be able to make our own decisions? Yu Chuan said seriously, make your own decisions, but do you think that in such an occasion, other than being heavily injured and unable to fight, you can make your own decisions? That's right. Bearing the pressure of the domain's safety, one's Tao heart, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, it was even harder to play the hero here than to play the hero. This was not a joke, but a single cowardice would cause irreparable damage to one's state of mind. Do we fight here? What's the order? Is it true monarch first, then Yuanying, or according to the sect? Lu Xiaoyi asked. Yu Chuan pointed at the ruins. There, at the original location of the Impermanence Great Tao Stele. A few decades ago, the Impermanence Great Tao Stele collapsed, and the Great Tao Stele here was also destroyed. But although the Stele intent was destroyed, the Stele realm still remained. Cultivators can still go in and fight. It's like an extra-dimensional space visible to the outside world. Originally, when the Great Tao tablet was in good condition, even a half-immortal wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. But now, it's different. Even a young spirit would be able to beat it until it's on the verge of collapse. Only primordial spirit, yin spirit, and nascent soul would be able to enter undamaged. Especially nascent soul, you can do whatever you want. This is the battlefield for this competition, and also a gift from the Heaven's selection, to give us the chance to experience the remnant intent of the innate Great Tao Stele. Hua Yuan asked a very interesting question. The recently collapsed Great Tao Stele, There are still remnants of the steely space? Then why isn't it a massacre? Why is it impermanence? Yu Chuan said meaningfully, because the heavens selection wants to see change, and not endless slaughter. From the choice of location, we can see that the heavens selection is still very wary of Juzian. What we need to do is to deepen their view, so that when they make a choice, they will take the initiative to avoid our Juzian upper realm. It was very reasonable, and the three Yuanying agreed. Black Star smiled and asked, Marshal Uncle, what if the opponent is rich and we can't afford to bet? Or someone like Senior Marshal Brother Hua who has a thick waist, if he takes out 10,000 purple purity, the heaven selection won't dare to bet. Wouldn't that be awkward? Yu Chuan smiled and said, Black Star, don't talk big. If you have more than 300 strands of purple purity, I'll call you Marshal Uncle. Hua Yuan is the same. His Dao partner is very strict, and she doesn't allow him to bring too much spiritual vigor. Everyone knows that this time, the main purpose of this trip is to fight, so they won't be trapped in some strange phenomenon. Who would be willing to bring too much spiritual vigor with them? As for the heavens selection, although they are the landlords, it's convenient for them to use spiritual vigor, but if the stakes are too high, it'll be a guilty conscience. Let's just not go up, and see how he'll get out of this. As the few of them chatted, they understood most of Xiao Buyan's skills. This was also what the other Juzian upper realm cultivators were doing. This kind of fighting method could control most of the meaningless and low-quality challenges. Unless you were confident, who would be willing to lose precious spiritual vigor? After all, it was rare for Lu Xiaoyi to obtain 150,000 strands of jade purity in one go in the Cave of the Ultimate Ruins. In fact, for most of the cultivators, it was rare to see someone with 1,000 strands of purple purity, which was equivalent to 10,000 strands of jade purity. It was a rare occurrence, and who would bet their entire fortune on a victory? Of course, it was a different story for those who had the background of a country or the backing of a Dao state system. Only these selected experts were their real opponents. Chapter 1190. The preaching finally came to an end. As the host, the people of Heaven's Choice first sent out their Yuanying cultivator, an ordinary-looking skinny Daoist. In the cheers of tens of thousands of people of Heaven's Choice, the Daoist cupped his fists and bowed. He stood on the remnants of the impermanence Dao tablet and threw out a storage ring. 200 Ziching. I'm the withered tree of Ji country. Please enlighten me, guests from afar. Juzian and the other two young gods were silent. This was their bearing. They couldn't hide their divine consciousness from others. There were dozens of young gods here, and their small movements were like fireflies in the dark. They couldn't hide from others. The disciples should solve their own problems. This was also the bearing of the first world in the universe. Even if they were pretending, they had to keep pretending. The young gods pretended to be calm, but the essence soul perfected cultivators below them naturally had to bear their own responsibilities. The 9 essence soul cultivators of Juzian's 9 upper sects were the dispatchers for this competition. Of course, when it was the perfected cultivators' turn, they also had to go on stage. Primordial soul perfected Lord Wanyan creation immediately revealed the general background of this person. Juzian was very cautious in his work. This was also their usual characteristic. Long before they knew that they were going to be sent to Heaven's Choice, they specially selected a few old perfected lords who had been traveling around Heaven's Choice for a long time. They did not dare to say that they knew everything here like the back of their hands, but they could still give a general idea of things. The foundation of Ji country is the Carnate Thunder Great Dao. This person should be one of the best among them. Although I don't know him, looking at his actions, he is already able to restrain his lightning and not let it leak out. It should be a deliberate arrangement by Heaven's chosen to give us a show of strength. Perfected cultivator Qingwei sneered. You think you can win just because you learned the Thunder Dao? What a joke. Senior brothers, who specializes in thunder and lightning? Or the Dao realm? I can recommend 1 or 2. We can't let this guy show off. In short, there was no arrogance or conceit in her words. This was a huge matter that concerned the entire Ju immortal domain. It was not to be taken lightly. What Qing Wei's primordial spirit meant was that the three nascent soul stage cultivators did not target the Thunder Dao realm cultivators. Exposing their own shortcomings was also a pragmatic attitude. Human sect's perfected cultivator smiled. In that case, let human sect take the lead. Who, go test this Thunder Warrior's strength. Among the cultivators from Juzian, a tall and sturdy man suddenly stood up. He didn't have the arrogance of the first battle, but he had the spirit of the first battle. Lu Xiaoyi nodded inwardly. The cultivators from Juzian who came this time were all elites among elites. It was clear that Juzian had done their best. He also took out a storage ring with 200 purple purities inside. The two of them jumped into the space of the impermanence Dao tablet. As soon as he entered, there was a series of booms. Purple lightning as thick as a bowl had already struck down, striking the bearded Daoist squarely on his body. However, he seemed completely unprepared. In the next moment, the hundreds of thousands of pores on the bearded Daoist's skin opened up, and his entire body swelled up as if he had been struck by lightning. Powerful lightning energy leaked out from the hundreds of thousands of pores, and after the lightning energy passed through his body, it turned into hundreds of thousands of strands of white gas. It was as if he was in a thick fog. The white light didn't shoot out aimlessly. Instead, it condensed into a white dragon in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and swallowing Ku Mu whole. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyi had seen a cultivator from the human sect in action. He had to admit that the pause technique of the human body was indeed mysterious. In fact, it wasn't only limited to the pause, but also the secrets of the entire human body. This was the human sect. They had fully unleashed the potential of their bodies. Once energy attacks like lightning hit their bodies, they could immediately convert it into their own attack power. The entire process was smooth and fluid, without any sluggishness. It was as if the two of them were performing a spell together. Tens of thousands of cultivators cheered. When a real cultivator saw a miraculous technique that made their eyes light up, they didn't care whether they were on the enemy's side or on the enemy's side. If it was good, it was good. There was nothing to hide. Ku Mu's expression was normal, and he didn't back down. Just like that, he allowed the white light dragon to swallow him whole. At the same time, lightning flashed around his body. When it came into contact with the white light, white fog filled the sky, but it increased the power of the thunderclouds above his head. At the same time, an even thicker bolt of lightning struck down. Once the two of them went all out, their subsequent moves became endless. One of them wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning. No matter if it was a single heavy lightning, a scattered lightning, or a chain lightning array, it was just hundreds of thousands of pores releasing power at the same time. There was no threat at all. The other wasn't afraid of the secret techniques of the human sect. His body was like a dead tree, and there was always spring. No matter how mysterious the Huahu Taoists' secret attacks were, they were useless against this piece of dead tree, because the heaven's chosen Taoist didn't have any secrets at all. He had already refined himself into a piece of thunderstruck wood. If he couldn't break my thunder, he couldn't hurt my body. The mutual restraint between the orthodoxies was vividly reflected in the battle between the two of them. It seemed that the battle was going to develop in the direction of mana consumption. The young god supremes communicated with each other and all reached a consensus. The orthodoxies were excellent, and their cultivation was also very profound. However, if they continued to waste time like this, they would lose the original intention of competing. There were still countless battles between countless cultivators. Who would have the patience to watch the two of them waste each other's time here? Since the young god supremes had reached a consensus, there was no point in continuing. A heaven's choice young god stretched out his hand into the space and threw it. The two of them were forcibly separated. This round is considered a draw. There is no victory and no loss. The spiritual opportunity will be retrieved by itself. No one was dissatisfied. Everyone here was an expert, and there were no small cultivators who couldn't understand. Many people would do this during a battle, but no one was willing to watch. Many wonderful things were still to come. Who was willing to watch these old cows pull a broken chariot? The Heaven's Choice continent didn't get a show of strength, and the people of Juzian didn't get the victory they hoped for. They were a little disappointed, but they could accept it. The following battles were on the right track. Yuanying, True Monarch, Heaven's Choice, and Juzian all took turns to fight. In a short period of time, the outcome of the battle changed. Once you finished singing, I'll take the stage. It was hard to tell who was the victor. This was the normal rhythm of a battle. Juzian's envoys were all elites. Heaven's Choice wasn't stupid enough to send weaklings to make up the numbers at the beginning. With the momentum of Bai Changren, they were all top figures in their respective camps. Everyone knew little about each other. Just as the people of Juzian had a general understanding of the existence of the Heaven's Choice continent, the cultivators of Heaven's Choice also had a general understanding of the 9 great sects of Juzian. They had a general judgment of the roots of each Tao, but they weren't very detailed and occasionally made mistakes. They didn't understand too much, and there was no way to grind it out, so the competition was mainly about making decisions on the spot. For a time, wonderful moves and unique skills were frequently used. Different worlds, different cultivation ideas, and different understandings of the Tao realm collided with each other, making people intoxicated. However, everyone placed their bets on the 200 purple purity, and no one dared to go beyond that. For the cultivators of Heaven's Choice, because this was the price they gave in the first battle, it was almost certainly a bet approved by the young god of Heaven's Choice. Therefore, no one went beyond it to make their young god unhappy, and no one went below it to make the people of Heaven's Choice look like poor people. For the people of Juzian, they wouldn't go above it, because if they lost, they would lose 200 purple purity. If they lost again and again, how much wealth would they have to fill this hole? Chapter 1191. Lu Xiaoyi watched coldly from the sidelines. He realized that Juzian had a higher chance of winning in a battle at the monarch level, but was slightly weaker in Yuanying level. This was easy to understand because the Heaven's Chosen Ones had the Great Tao Tablet. They could come into contact with the power of the Tao realm when they were in Jindan. They were more proficient and flexible in using it than Juzian and Yuanying. But once they became true monarchs, the time factor would be erased. Everyone would be old monsters who had lived for at least 1,000 years. Then, the potential of the Tao realm cultivators of the origin world would slowly be revealed. This was because the Tao realm power they grasped was basically comprehended from nature. It was closer to the essence and more in line with nature. The Tao realm cultivators opposed each other, and this was especially obvious in battle. Take the first Daoist Kumu as an example. He was actually very powerful, but Hua Hu of the human sect used his secret technique to restrain him to the point that he was helpless. In the end, the Heaven's Chosen One had no choice but to grit his teeth and admit defeat. If it was another opponent, Daoist Kumu's chances of winning would still be very high, because the cultivators of other orthodoxies couldn't dissolve the power of lightning like Hua Hu. But Hua Hu's opponent might not be the same. They were very familiar with energy attacks like lightning, but they didn't have any advantage against other cultivators. This kind of situation happened very quickly, and it happened right next to him. Daoist Hua Yuan's expression was solemn. This time, he was the one who placed the bet first. He couldn't choose his opponent, but his opponent would choose him. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because the direction of his technique was really difficult for a lightning cultivator. This kind of thing wasn't something he could decide. What he was afraid of would happen. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out, a familiar figure appeared on the other side. It was Kumu who had taken the lead and hadn't finished his attack. Hua Yuan knew he had to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, under the lightning, sooner or later, there would be a flaw. So, as soon as he entered the tablet, he immediately transformed into soul beasts. A grey bird and a black hawk took the lead to attack Kumu. Carefree wandering cultivators were good at controlling soul beast. This wasn't a secret in the Juzian upper realm. Because of their strong spirit and the confidence of the Sparrow Palace, they had a special advantage when using soul beast. Of course, a strong spirit could be used in many ways and was not limited to soul essence beasts. This was only one of the ways to use spirit. The advantage was that it could maximize the power of spirit through material object. There were also cultivators who weren't good at this and were more willing to use their mental energy to control various kinds of spells. It was just that their choices were different. Hua Yuan's supreme technique was a set of ancient spirit bird diagrams. There were 12 spirit birds, each with their own unique skills and specialties: gray thrush, black sparrow, white crane, red sparrow, blue dove, yellow sparrow, green sparrow, purple sparrow, brown sparrow, silver sparrow, golden sparrow, and green rock. Among them, the gray thrush and the black viper were two of the faster ones. The gray thrush's divine ability was to interfere with one's divine sense. It could affect a cultivator's spiritual positioning, and its purpose was to prevent the lightning from striking. The black viper's divine ability was to swallow clouds. It couldn't swallow physical objects, but it was best at swallowing rain, wind, and thundercloud. The two ancient soul essence beasts were very targeted, and it was also the best method that Hua Yuan could think of in a hurry. As long as he could divert and interfere with the dead tree's lightning, it would be considered half a success. Then, he would send out other soul essence beasts with strong attack power, and strive to not give this daoist a chance to wantonly release lightning. This was the power of the spirit bird diagrams. The 12 soul essence beasts each had their own divine abilities. When combined, it was equivalent to a cultivator having 12 divine abilities. If they were combined well, defeating the opponent was not a problem. When the two beasts were entangled, even if their speed was very fast, in fact, in a split second, the dead tree could reach them before the lightning. After all, lightning was the fastest attacking method in this world, and it was even faster than flying sword. But he didn't do that. Instead, he moved with the lightning. Above his head, there were two cracking sounds, and two lightning bolts struck down, directly hitting the two soul essence beasts that were close at hand. With one strike, it was as if the soul essence beasts were covered in a layer of frost, freezing them from the inside out. With the essence of the soul essence beast's condensed body, it was impossible for them to be restrained by ice spells. However, the two lightning bolts of the dead tree were very special. They were the extremely rare thunder of the North Pole, which specialized in breaking soul essence. Under the rapid freezing, the soul essence beast would have difficulty circulating, as if it was frozen, temporarily becoming a dead object, and its divine abilities could not be used. The dead tree's movements were very fast. Before the two soul essence beasts could recover from the ice, two more lightning bolts struck down. This time, it was the divine thunder, which was the righteous thunder of heaven and earth, specialized in breaking foreign objects. Wherever the purple light passed, two long cries sounded, and the gray thrush and black silk both turned into smoke. This was not an illusory disappearance, but the destruction of Hua Yuan's hundreds of years of condensing spirit. If he wanted to refine these two ferocious beasts again, it would be impossible for him to refine them again without at least 100 years. Lu Xiaoyi watched carefully from below. He realized that the dead tree's lightning spells were very different from the lightning spells of the main world. When he was fighting against the human sect cultivators, the lightning was all removed by Hua Hu using his secret pause, so there was no point in changing the lightning seed. Thus, he could not see how strong this person was. However, when the opponent changed, the sharpness of the dead tree's lightning spells was immediately displayed. The lightning spells of the main world are divided into 8 systems. The 8 systems are the Yi Wood Righteous Thunder, the Yi Fire Yang Thunder, the Gui Water Yin Thunder, the Gungjin Calamity Thunder, the Wutu Infernal Thunder, the Evil Slaying Divine Thunder, the God Slaying Demonic Thunder, and the Life and Death Purple Thunder. Each system is divided into 9 levels, and it seems to be different from this person's, Blackstar said in surprise. Yu Ting explained at the side. He had to let the disciples below understand the difference between the Heaven's Choice mainland and the main world. One chi and spirit, returning to one's roots and returning to one's fate. Walking, standing, sitting, and lying, it's as if it exists. Thus, those who cultivate it use their chi and the fortune of the heavens and earth, can exhale as clouds and rain, and laugh as thunder. The Heaven's Choice lightning Tao does not take the normal path. It's closer to the ancient lightning spells, which are divided into the Heaven's Lightning, Jade Core Lightning, Great Hole Lightning, Celestial Capital Lightning, North Pole Lightning, Tai Lightning, Purple Mansion Lightning, Yuchen Lightning, Taixiao Lightning, Taiji Lightning, and so on. They all have their own uses and miraculous effects. Only when all the lightning spells are combined together can they form a comprehensive effect. It's not like the main world's lightning spells, where one can walk the world just by mastering one. These are two different paths. However, you have to know that although the ancient path is more difficult, and it's very difficult to learn all of the lightning spells, once you learn all of them, its power will be very strong. For example, Martial Nephew Hua Yuan's soul essence beast diagram might be in trouble. The meaning of Daoist Yu Ting's words was very clear. If it was another situation, she would probably have called him down. She would not support such meaningless persistence. On the path of cultivators, there were mutual engendering and restraining. How could there be anyone who could rely on one skill to dominate the world? Daoist Kumu's lightning spells were sharp. If he encountered Hua Hu, he would be depressed and helpless. However, if he encountered Hua Yuan, he would be able to display his abilities to the best of his ability. But then again, if Hua Hu encountered Hua Yuan, his secret pause technique would also be useless in front of the soul essence beast. This was mutual engendering and restraining. There was nothing to be ashamed of. The problem was, the battle scene this time was special. Zhu Xian would not allow the cultivators below to retreat in the face of difficulties unless they could fight to a stalemate. However, looking at Hua Yuan's current situation, once the 12 soul essence beasts were destroyed, how could there be a stalemate? Knowing that he was no match for the enemy, he still persisted in a stalemate just to show Zhu Xian's moral integrity and the will to fight to the end. This was Hua Yuan's sorrow. Chapter 1192. Hua Yuan's movements were very fast. He knew that his soul essence beasts were restrained by Withered Tree, but as his strongest move, he didn't have any other tactical changes. The path of a cultivator was about confidence in oneself. He couldn't doubt his soul essence beast diagram just because his 2 soul essence beasts were broken. This was a big taboo. Among the 12 soul essence beasts, the Hui Hu and Swan Ni were the weakest. It was reasonable that they couldn't withstand the Northern Thunder. He still had 10 soul essence beasts with stronger abilities and stronger soul bodies. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. The next soul essence beasts he condensed were green and red. It wasn't that he didn't know the danger of adding fuel to the fire, but it was impossible to condense all 12 soul essence beasts at the same time while practicing the soul essence beast diagram. It couldn't be done mentally, and it took time to condense them, even if it was very short. The first thing he did was to condense the grey Hu and black Hu. Then, he began to work on the green Hu and red Hu. His opponent had just finished breaking the seal, and he had 2 more. He was going all out, and there was no consideration of holding back. He was competing to see if his opponent's lightning attack could keep up with his spirit transformation ability. If Withered Tree kept up, he had used up all his trump cards. If Withered Tree couldn't keep up, his soul essence beasts would swarm and tear Withered Tree apart. The battle between the two had entered the stage of life and death from the beginning. It could be expected that it would end soon. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He knew that Hua Yuan didn't have much time left. This kind of life and death struggle didn't have much meaning because he was losing his trump cards. There was no room for maneuver. Moreover, he couldn't even find his opponent's weakness. Where should he start fighting? Where should he fight? This was the disadvantage of not having a stalemate method. He couldn't slow down the pace through escape and techniques and wait for a good opportunity. He could only use his strength and couldn't withdraw it. It was a big taboo in battle. Green's ability was Corpse Poison, which was very effective against Withered Tree's lightning. Red's ability was Silent, which could intermittently restrict the opponent's incantation. For example, Thunder Curse. The first 2 soul essence beasts had just been destroyed, and these 2 had already rushed forward. However, Withered Tree's lightning ability didn't necessarily require him to speak Thunder Curse. As a high-level lightning warrior, Silent incantation was their standard. 2 more lightning bolts struck down. They were 2 bolts of jade core lightning, and their purpose was to remove his divine ability. Whether or not this kind of jade pivot thunder could dispel the opponent's divine ability was still uncertain. It would depend on the comparison of the two's cultivation levels. But for a soul essence beast, 1 strike was accurate. Just as the divine art was unleashed, the North Pole lightning appeared again and continued to seal the area in ice. The final 2 bolts of divine firmament lightning solved the problem. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, truly displaying the strength of Lei Kishi to the fullest, sweeping away the awkwardness of the first battle against Huyuji. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but say, "It's time to step down," but no one responded. Although Blackstar was also nodding, the 2 perfected lords of Chongdi and Yuting did not move at all. It was not that they did not cherish the excellent seed of the free and unfettered travel, but at this moment, their position did not allow them to show weakness. They could only hope that Hua Yuan would be injured and not die in the end. That would be considered as having done their best and preserving the talent. However, the course of the battle would not follow their wishful thinking. Hua Yuan's soul essence beast came out quickly, but Kumu's lightning fell even faster. Moreover, his response was accurate, fully displaying the keen insight and rich experience of this heaven's chosen lightning task force warrior. In the blink of an eye, 10 of the 12 soul essence beasts had been eliminated. Hua Yuan still did not shrink back. He gathered his mental strength to condense the 2 soul essence beasts he was most proud of, the golden lion and the green peng. These 2 soul essence beasts were the essence of his life. The toughness of their soul was incomparable to other soul essence beasts. Their divine ability was strange, and he believed that no one present could understand it. He was confident that when these 2 soul essence beasts launched their divine ability, it was hard to say whether they could take down the opponent, but it would not be a problem to protect his safety and achieve a stalemate situation. Because the golden lion was the most precious defensive soul essence beast among the 12 soul essence beasts, its ability was powerful. Lu Xiaoyi watched and shook his head. Because Hua Yuan had formed a habitual mindset, he thought that the opponent would definitely deal with his soul essence beasts first. After dealing with the soul essence beasts, the opponent would make a move on his body. Therefore, because the last 2 soul essence beasts were powerful, it did not matter if they took a little longer to condense. But for a real battle expert, why would the opponent be so stubborn? Your soul essence beasts moved quickly, so of course, I could only deal with them first. But if you were slow, why can't I make a move on your body? In the space of the Dao tablet, he could not even say a word. He could only watch as Hua Yuan panicked. The battle progressed as he expected. The dead tree sharply observed the slight delay in Hua Yuan's condensing of the last 2 soul essence beasts. Suddenly, the thunder seed changed, and the immortal dew thunder shook his soul. Then, the purple mansion thunder destroyed the secret. The last Tai thunder struck down. Poor Hua Yuan. The 2 soul essence beasts were only half condensed. With a long cry, both man and beast turned into ashes. The majestic Dao disappearance celestial phenomenon was formed. Tragically, he became the first person to die in this battle of positive and negative space. Tens of thousands of heaven's chosen cultivators cheered. It was not entirely because they were gloating, but because of Lei Mingxi's sharp attack, coherent combination, and superior judgment. This battle was indeed won to their heart's content, and there was no criticism. There were also people from Juzian who were embarrassed, especially those from Carefree Travel. They felt ashamed. Although everyone was concerned about the safety of Juzian's upper realm, there was still some competition between them. For example, which sect was the first to be killed? Which sect was the first to kill? Which sect was the first to be cleared? Which sect could last until the end and still be intact? These all represented the foundation of a sect. Unfortunately, Carefree Travel took the lead, and it was a bad one. Although Chongdi did not show any joy or displeasure on the surface, he could feel his anger through his divine sense. In the next battle, Heaven's Chosen One will go first. I've already told them that I, Carefree Travel, will climb back up from where I fell. The other 8 sects will not send anyone, so I, Carefree Travel, will be the one to take the lead. There's no need to talk about True Lord. If it's Yuaniing, one ear, you go. Don't hide behind and watch the show. You're a swordsman. It's already been more than 10 battles and you're still not going up. Can you live up to your sword heart? Lu Xiaoyi obeyed, but he had to explain clearly. I'll follow your orders. However, ever since I entered Carefree Travel, I no longer have a sword heart, only a Dao heart. On the opposite side, Heaven's Chosen One quickly stood up and threw out a purple purity on the remains of the Dao tablet. 200 purple purities. I'm Shi Zhongtian of Stone Country. Please give me 1 or 2 pointers. True Lord Wanyan was still loyal to his duty. He quickly transmitted his voice. Stone Country, a country with powerful physiques. Their Dao realm is complex and not restricted by rules. They're famous for their ability to change. While he was speaking, Lu Xiaoyi had already flown over and tossed out a storage ring. Carefree one ear, friendship first, competition second. Chapter 1193. From the start of the battle until now, the words of both sides were very concise, showing the temperament of a great cultivator. There were no harsh words, which was too shallow. Of course, there were no soft words, which was too embarrassing. For example, friendship first, competition second. Was it because a carefree cultivator was killed last time, so he was afraid and lowered his attitude? Shi Zhongtian didn't care about what he said. To a physique cultivator, attacking was everything. Seeing that his opponent was still there, Shi Zhongtian clenched his left hand. A stone in the sky, it was the sun. With his right hand, a stone appeared under his feet, it was the moon. However, this wasn't an attack stone. With the sun and moon appearing at the same time, his body turned into the third stone. Under the coordination of the 3 stones, he suddenly appeared in front of his opponent. His mouth used the soul-disturbing whistle, his eyes used the soul-swaying technique, and his iron fist used the star-shattering technique. In addition to his 3-stone stabilizing technique, 4 techniques were activated at the same time, firmly locking his opponent in place. A destructive attack suddenly descended. This was his most famous chain divine ability in the Heaven's Choice Continent. In the Heaven's Choice Continent, those who knew of his abilities didn't dare to get close to him. Because he still had a 5th defensive divine ability, they would all maintain a distance from him and deal with him from afar. This Daoist from Juzian didn't know. He was locked in place by the Heaven Earth Sun Moon twin stones. At this point, he was already powerless. A spell cultivator against a physique cultivator, and even allowed the opponent to get close to him, he wouldn't even know how he died. Was the carefree cultivator from Juzian the weakest of the 9 great sects? Otherwise, why would one of them foolishly release a soul essence beast, and the other stupidly allow a physique cultivator to get close to him? In the blink of an eye, Shi Zhongtian's star-shattering iron fist struck out. He felt that his opponent didn't dodge or run. His gaze was calm, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Then, a flash of sword light exploded in front of him. In disbelief, all of his 5 divine abilities seemed to have lost their meaning. Was it the swordsman? The sword-wielding martial saint? This was Shi Zhongtian's last thought. Lu Xiaoyi kept his sword and walked out of the Dao tablet space. He smiled and picked up Zi Qing's storage ring. After thinking for a while, he put the Zi Qing in his and Shi Zhongtian's storage rings together. A poor man's ambition is short-lived, and a lean horse's hair grows long. Juzian Xiao Yarrow one ear, 400 Zi Qing, please enlighten me. In the previous match, he was the one who challenged others. In this match, he was the champion. He was too lazy to go back and forth. He might as well gather them together to make things more convenient. However, when the tens of thousands of people looked at him again, their expressions had completely changed. The Qiong flute chuckled happily. Xiao Yarrow, you lost face quickly, but he picked it up even faster. Zi Qing had doubled the amount and continued to be the banker. Although it seemed casual, what he displayed was his powerful self-confidence. This kind of stare, without any malicious words, was deeply felt by the tens of thousands of people present. She had picked up her face, and it was even prettier than before. It was no wonder that senior brother Whitebrow had specially instructed him to let this person out if he encountered any difficulties during the sparring match. Zhu Xian was comfortable, but Heaven's Chosen was a little embarrassed. After a dozen primordial spirits touched, he had already determined that this person was not a sword-wielding martial saint, but an authentic swordsman. This could be seen from the way he held his sword. However, this swordsman was extremely good at close combat. He could see that physical cultivators were nothing. That was all. His strength was definitely not bad, but he still needed to observe. Shi Zhongtian's defeat was completely due to him not knowing the enemy's strength. The best way to deal with this kind of sword cultivator was to send someone who could grind him down and take out his treasures. At that time, it would be easy to find a different kind of cultivator to deal with him. He gave the order. There were many such cultivators in Taoism. Everyone could grind, and everyone could consume energy. This was the specialty of Taoism. I'm Tiemor from Huan country. I'm here to fight Zhu Xian. Supreme Wanyan's divine sense followed closely. Huan country, Taishu Dao, has collapsed. As soon as the two entered the space, Lu Xiaoyi did not hesitate. A ray of sword light fell. He had nothing to hide. Even if he only held a sword in the last battle, he could not hide it from the eyes of so many young primordial spirit. Tiemor was not surprised by his opponent's quick sword. Heaven's Choice also had a sword vein, but it was not a legitimate one. It belonged to the category of wild cultivators, and they did not even have a country. In the hundreds of years he had spent as a nascent soul, he had interacted with these fierce fellows many times. All of them were beaten to a pulp by him. Those who knew better would escape early, and those who did not know better would be tortured to death by him. Taoism's method of cultivation could be grinded. This was a natural advantage in cultivation, and it was not surprising. There were a few orthodoxies that were especially good at it, such as yin-yang, tai chi, and taishu. For example, the taishu Dao that he specialized in was the best in defense. No matter how fierce the opponent's attack was, it could be diverted into nothingness through the taishu Dao. It did not matter if it was a large-scale spell, a physical attack such as a flying sword, or various energy attacks, mental attacks, or nothingness. The word nothingness explained the true essence of the taishu Dao. Seeing the opponent's flying sword coming at him, although it seemed casual, he knew that this sword light could split into thousands of rays in an instant. It could gather and divide into thousands of rays, penetrating every hole. To deal with this kind of sword momentum, his experience was to use consistency to deal with changes. As long as it was close, he would be in the void, and the power of the flying sword would be diverted into nothingness. Once the attack did not achieve the desired effect, it would naturally fall into the opponent's rhythm. At that time, he would come out of the void to deal with it. This was the reason why he was standing here. The flying sword fell, but it did not divide. This was a little unexpected, because in his impression, every time the swordsman killed someone with his sword, he would always show off his technique of division, filling the sky with sword shadows. Under the crisscrossing of light and shadow, it was just an old trick of seizing the opponent's will. There was nothing strange about it. The sword did not divide, it was just one. The swordsman did not move, and he did not move either. They both had their own strength. He did not know what the swordsman relied on, but he relied on his ability to form nothingness in front of him in an instant, and divert it inexplicably. This battle, up until now, was very ordinary and unremarkable. The swordsman did not display his ability to divide sword light, and the spell cultivator did not reveal his prowess in Taoism. What were they waiting for? What were they scheming? It was like two foundation establishment stage beginners. They only had this one skill. There was no backup, no change, no calculation, no state of Tao, and no resonance with the power of heaven and earth. Everyone fought brashly against brashly. To a cultivator of Yuanying's level, such a clash could not even be considered a test. Tiemor's mental fortitude was extremely deep. This came from his understanding of the swordsman and his confidence in his own strength. When the flying sword was less than 100 feet away from him, he just happened to swing it in front of him, and a faint nothingness was produced, without a trace of smoke or fire. At such a close distance, there was no time to divide. The swordsman was limited by his sword layer, and had to divide several times before he could form a river of sword chi. Now, it was already too late. The division had only just begun, and the sword had already passed through his body. What was the use? Under the dumbfounded gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators, this ordinary sword light flew the last 1,000 feet and pierced through Tiemor's body, who was still smiling. The seemingly harmless sword light, only when it pierced through the opponent's body would it explode with an extremely powerful destructive force. The Tao dissipation was produced. Just like that, a famous Heaven's Choice cultivator who dilly-dallied was gone. Chapter 1194. When Lu Xiaoyi left the Tao tablet space and returned to the Juzian cultivators, Chong Di immediately threw over a storage ring and promised, "Good. Every time you win a bet, I'll pay you a portion of the wager. As long as you have the ability, even if I have to use up all my savings, I'll help you get it from the sec." As an elder, Chong Di didn't have much time to do defy, but as the leader of the carefree cultivators this time, he was under a lot of pressure. He and Yu Ting were easy to deal with. In a battle like this, it was easy to determine victory and defeat, but difficult to determine life and death. There was still a chance to make up for it after a loss, but Yuanying wasn't an option. Yuanying's life was still very fragile in the eyes of these supremes. There were only 3 of them in total. If one died, the pressure would increase. If 2 died, they would lose half of their strength. If 3 died, they would be completely wiped out. Becoming a commander without an army was a very shameful thing for them. It meant that the strength of the successors of their orthodoxy was very weak, and they would be looked down upon by the Heavens Chosen. Lu Xiaoyi's performance made him very satisfied. Clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation, it fully displayed the ruthlessness of the people of Juzian. If all the cultivators of Juzian could fight like this, the Heavens Chosen would definitely avoid Juzian when they went out of the origin world. Unfortunately, ruthless characters were always in the minority. The swordsman's performance caused the collision of positive and negative spatial forces to change for the first time. This was within the expectations of the Heavens Chosen, but they didn't expect it to come so quickly. Of course, if time dragged on, the balance would definitely favor the Heavens Chosen side. However, this kind of victory was unrealistic. It was a victory of tens of thousands of people against tens of people. It was meaningless. They had to reverse this trend as soon as possible. They couldn't let it get worse. In the following battles, when the Heavens Chosen stepped forward, they couldn't guarantee that the swordsman would appear. And when the swordsman stepped forward after a round, they had to find someone suitable to deal with him. What kind of opponent could face a fierce swordsman? They had to think carefully. Huang Nian mixed in with the Heavens Chosen cultivators. He was very excited. Around him, there were sword cultivator brothers just like him. As the most combative group on the continent, how could they let go of such a rare opportunity to witness the clash of powers between the positive and negative spaces? Those who could come were all here. There were close to 100 people. Not only Yuanying, but there were also a few supremes and swordsmen. This is the swordsman from the origin world I met in the origin world. At that time, I guessed that his inheritance probably came from the owner of the nameless sword Tao tablet. What do you think? Even though the sword cultivators did not have their own country and had many enemies in the Heaven's Choice, they were a group that was not well liked. However, the more it was like this, the more united they were. To be able to choose the nameless sword Tao tablet under the disdain of the mainstream, it was clear that each of them had a certain personality inclination. Supreme's mottled bamboo was one of the few swordsman supremes. He had also been to the sword vein in the origin world, but he still couldn't understand the swordsmanship of this swordsman called Single Ear. I have been to the origin world and have also seen some sword vein. I have benefited a lot from it. However, I still can't see through this person's swordsmanship. Other than using the void realm to kill Tiemor, what else can you see? The eyes of the crowd were bright. When the swordsman killed Shi Zhongtian, it was a complete close combat technique. Everyone knew it, but those who could master it to this extent were rare. As for the second Tiemor, he had drawn out the void realm, but it didn't have any effect. There were no abnormalities. It wasn't a huge impact, it wasn't a mysterious counterattack, and it wasn't a spatial shift. There was only one explanation: both were in the void realm, but Tiemor's Dao realm wasn't enough, so his void realm was useless. This was something that everyone present could see clearly. The problem was that the two battles were abnormally simple, so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. It was as if it wasn't a battle between cultivators, but a casual killing of cats and dogs. It had the cleanliness of a swordsman, but it didn't have the ruthless madness of a swordsman. It felt a little strange. It was a swordsman, but there was something missing and something extra. The swordsman felt the same as Banju. It was just that it felt a little strange. Killing people to solve problems couldn't be more satisfying. Both of them used instantaneous moves, but in such instantaneous moves, there was something missing that made one's blood boil. Is this the style of all swordsmen in the origin world, or is it just a personal style? A swordsman asked. Banju deliberated and said, it should be a personal style. Shi Zhongtian and Tiemor couldn't force him to use his true strength. That's why we can't make heads or tails of it. Let's wait until a real opponent goes up, then we can come to an accurate conclusion, right? I don't think we can come to a conclusion so easily. Whether or not it came from the inheritance of the Nameless Sword Dao Tablet, don't just look at the surface. The Nameless Sword Dao Tablet was established more than 10,000 years ago. The world has changed, the universe has changed, and the orthodoxy has improved. The sword vein is the same. I heard that the schools of the origin world change very quickly. They don't like to be fixed, so the Sword Dao Tablet's inheritance is definitely different from the one from 10,000 years ago. Why don't we wait and see? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Huang Yan was also very cautious. Senior Banju is right. We have to be cautious. When I was in the negative space, I felt that this person's swordsmanship had something in common with the Nameless Sword Dao Tablet. In fact, I've fought with this person before. Their essence is very similar. Of course, he went easy on me. Now it seems that if I go up like this, it might be a single strike. Banju was very certain. It won't be a single strike, but it probably won't be more than 3 strikes. Not to mention you, even I don't know. This one-eared sword is too special. It's completely unpredictable. Huang Nian nodded. It doesn't matter. There are still many battles to come. In the worst case, we can ask him out alone after the competition to discuss it. Or we can all go to the Sword Dao Tablet together. The truth will eventually come to light. All these years, the cultivators of the Heaven's Choice continent had fallen into a state of anxiety. Of course, the swordsman was included. On one hand, they were all born and raised in the Heaven's Choice continent. On the other hand, they wanted to find the root of the Sword Dao Tablet. It was a bit contradictory. In general, they were the same as the majority of the Heaven's Choice continent cultivators. They belonged to the group of people who hadn't made up their minds yet. The specific choice they made depended on many things, including this time's positive and negative space competition. It also included the mysterious origin of this one-eared swordsman. They were very clear that this one-eared sword came from Zhuxian's carefree travel. However, the problem was that carefree travel wasn't a pure sword vein orthodoxy. How could there be such a great person as the one who created the Nameless Sword Dao Tablet? Then, was there something fishy about the origin of this one-eared sword skill? Or did carefree travel have other secrets? Or was this person just an ordinary person in the origin world's sword vein? His strength was outstanding, but it was completely unrelated to their Sword Dao Tablet's inheritance. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.